A city on the verge of greatness. A new type of city, based not on the man, but on the automobile. The car. A symbol of freedom and vitality. Where every man can own his own home, and have room to breathe, and not be overlooked by his neighbors. A city where a man's home is his castle. A quarter acre of the dream made possible by victory. A city of opportunists. A city of dreams, where Hollywood will shape the thoughts and desires of the entire planet. A city of pioneers. A city of dreamers. A city of undercurrents, where not everything is as it seems. A 20th century city that will become a model for the world. A city that has no boundaries, that will stretch as far as the eye can see. In the Marine Corps, you deal with the chain of command. Mistakes get made, but you deal with them. You know what you're fighting for and that you're on the same team. But dealing with corruption is like chasing shadows. You never know whether the guy you're talking to is on the pad, or whether it's your partner, or maybe even the watch commander. So who do you trust, Cole?
KGBL calling car 14 Adam. 14 Adam, come in.
Go ahead, KGPL.
14 Adam, see the detective, an ambulance shooting at 6th and Industrial Street. Unit 16 William requests uniformed assistance for an evidence search. 14 Adam, code 2.
Roger, 14 Adam en route.
よっしゃ、やっと出番だ。俺の運転さばきを見せてやるぜ。
Here we go again. They don't request uniforms for an evidence search unless there's some kind of
しかし遅いなこの車は。これじゃ犯人に逃げられちまうぜ。危ない危ない。ハンドリングも、最低だな。
Floyd Rose, homicide. You might back up?
Yes, sir. Phelps and Dunn, Wilshire Division.
We had a shooting took place down this alleyway. We have the
発砲事件だと。
a Negro male bagged up and on his way to Central Morgue. Witness says a tall white guy, our shooter, put 2 in the Vic's head and then threw his piece. I need you guys to try and recover the gat.
You want us to look anywhere in particular?
Give it your best shot, guys. The dead guy's a lowlife. I'm not expecting any miracles here.
And if we recover the weapon?
Bag it and return it to technical services.
You hurry it up, Floyd. We
I'm
got
outta
places
here.
to be.
Happy hunting.
なんだ、銃撃戦かと思ったが、銃を探すだけか、簡単だな。
Probably right. Let's just
こ
get
ん
it
な
over
簡
with.
単な仕事やってられるか、悪いな相棒。俺は、この山を捨てる
You still
ぜ。
don't come up with anything, come find me.
二人いればなんとかなるさって。こいつは人の話聞いてるのか。じゃあな、お前一人で宝探しでもやってるがいい。俺は巨大な麻薬組織を、潰すために警察になったんだからな。まずは証拠がないか徹底的に、探そう。
Just going through the
いや
motions.、
見つけるさ。この凶悪事件を、野放しにはできない。
We'll search right up to the back wall. If you still don't come up with anything, come find me. Talk.
何かある。
Two heads are always better than one.
これは、まさか。やはり、今日の長官じゃないか。こんなところで読めるとは、なんてついているんだ。
Dr. Fontaine, could I have a word?
Of course, young man.
I really enjoyed your lecture.
なんだ今のは。そうだな。お前の言う通りだ。さっさと、銃を探そう。どうした相棒、俺はちょっと。ああうるさいな。そんなに話しかけるなよ。何その赤いのは。血じゃないですかー。しかもヘッドショットか。だからってそんな言い方するなよ。お前の、最後はもっと恐ろしい死にか。いや、なんでもない。俺は今、何かを見てしまった。屋上に、何かあるよ。何かって、まあ銃なんだけど、どう考えても凶器の銃だろ。さて、どう上がるか。これしかないな。月か、故郷を思い出す。干渉に浸ってる場合じゃない。銃を、探そう。あったあった、リボルバーか。これは聞いたことがある名前だ。ほう、4発撃ったのか。撃ったのはどう考えても、2発だな。顔が面白いってことかな。さて銃も拾ったし、グラセフの、開始だぜ。お前指示するだけで、何もしてなくね。この銃で、貴様を。お前の褒美は、こめかみにくれてやる。
See if we can come up with an owner.
That's a long shot, Cole.
It's a pretty fancy gun. You know a local gun store?
Sure. There's a place a couple of blocks from here.
もう少し泳がせるか。手帳に記録でも残すか。これで何でも解決できるからな。日本語もマスターしたし、絵もめっちゃうまく描けるようになったんだよ。ほら相棒、見たいか？そんなに見たいか？仕方ないな。やっぱりやめだ。さっさとガンショップに、行くぞ。山とか関係ねえ。お前が、チキンなのは知っているぞ。それを、言い訳に逃げようたってそうはいかないからな。
You'd rather round up drunks and help old ladies across the road?
警部はホモなのか、噂では聞いていたが、本当だったとは。さて、再び俺様の運転技術を、披露する時がやってきたな。相棒心配するな。俺に任せとけ。ははぁ。ここは地獄。道など存在しない。道は、この俺自身だ。くらえ、サイレン。こいつら逆走しすぎだろ。用がなければ、貴様ら現行犯だぞ。危ねえって、どけよ。 どいてろよ。安全運転で着きました。相棒お怪我は、ありませんか？さて、突入だ。
Officers Phelps and Dunn. Can you tell us anything about this gun?
Smith & Wesson, Model 27 registered Magnum. Chambered for .357, nickel-plated with pearl grips. Same gun used by General Patton.
You're not suggesting he's the owner?
No, I'm not.
You seem to know a lot about the weapon.
I ought to. I sold it. You know this piece will stop a
ワカ
rhino.
メ、俺の愛獣の M500 は、ゾウスラ一撃だぞ。
Here's my Smith & Wesson order book.
You mind if I take a look?
You're my guest. This is about something bad, right?
Model 27 with
ああ、
pearl
こういう
grips.
の苦手です。
You see it
相
on
棒
there?
いい加減、仕事しなさいよ。何を探すのかも、わからなくなった。店員の視線が痛い。あったあったありましたー。
3 South Glass Street. Ordered the gun in
要す
February
るに、
46.
こいつが犯人なんだな。そうと、決まれば蜂の巣だ。
Always happy to help out the
ありがとう
LAPD.、
おじさん、助かったよ。それに比べて役立たずのお前は、まあいい、早く
Only the
車
gun
に
doesn't
乗
prove
れ。
he pulled the trigger.
車に乗ろうとしてるのに、
In for a penny,
乗
in
れ
for
な
a
いなんて
pound.
言えない。
Either way, Gunga Den.
よし、準備できたな。大量破壊兵器の輸出を何としても止めるぞ。よし、なんとか間に合ったな。あと、一息だ。気を抜くな、行くぞ。ゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴー。お邪魔します。いきなりすみません。凶悪犯さんのお部屋はどちらでしょうか？
Apartment 2.
ここか。こんばんは。夜分遅くにすみません。あなたが凶悪犯さんでしょうか？
You're the owner of a Smith & Wesson Model 27, nickel-plated with pearl grips?
I might be. What of it?
Then you'll be surprised to know that Scooter Payton was murdered tonight with your gun.
You're out of your mind. Scooter? He works for me. I have that gun here in my drawer. What the fuck is going on here?
You're under arrest, Schroeder. Cuff him, Ralph.
No way. You're not taking me down for
く
this.
そ、殴られるのは、お前だぞ。卑怯だぞ。ああ、切れた。もう切れた。お前、の、命、もらう、覚悟、しろ。
Ralph, you all right?
I'm fine. I hardly felt it. He's
言い
lucky
訳
he
だ
caught me
な
off。guard.
まあ怪我がないなら、それでよい。
Keep an eye on him, Ralph. I'm gonna take a look around.
なんだこれは。よくわからないな。さっぱりだ。他を当たろう。よいしょと。これは、欲しかった雑誌だ。 もらっちゃおうかな。あ、はい。腹も減ってきた。おお、食べ物だ。ってリンゴかよ。嫌いなんだよリンゴ。さて、どうするか。そういや、こいつ、なかなか手強かった。やっぱり、これ気になるな。よくわからないけど、これか、見つけたぞ。やったな、相棒。ついにミッションコンプリートだ。お前は何もやってないがな。さて、この辺で私は消えるよ。皆さんさようなら。
You dumb fucking sons of bitches, get in this line now before I lose my temper.
Excuse me, Sergeant, but...
Excuse me? Fuck you. You say another word and I'll break your fucking head and have you in the brig.
Some of us are here for...
I know why you're here, asswipe.
I'm having a bad day, Private. Some people don't seem to want to get on this bus.
Didn't ask for your help.
He didn't ask for your help. Can you believe this guy? Who are you two? Abbott and Costello?
We're here for OCS, Sergeant.
So it's the three fucking stooges and you're here for OCS. God help this fucking country and the USMC. The Japanese will do the world a favor and kill you quickly. All three of you are on report. What are your fucking names?
Phelps.
Kelso.
Merrill. Any other gentlemen for OCS? OCS is at Elliott. You take the Camp Elliott bus over there. This bus is for MCRD. This bus is for men who want to fight.
You picked the right place, Cole. A city that needed an honest cop like a thirsty man needed water. You'd heard the stories, but you weren't interested. You were here to fight the good fight, solve cases, right wrongs. The force is like politics. There's no sitting on the fence. You have to choose sides. A brown paper envelope, or a Greyhound ticket to Palookaville. It could only ever end.
All units at 211 in progress and shots fired at Westlake Savings and Loan, 1415 West 3rd Street. Unit to handle identified, code 3.
We'll take that. It's only a couple blocks from 14 Adam calling KGPL. We'll handle the 211.
Roger that, 14 Adam. Be advised, suspects are armed and dangerous.
Roger KGPL. 14 Adam en route.
畜生、ドライブする暇もねえのか。とっとと、始末してやろう。首を洗って、待ってろよ。相変わらずの、ひどいハンドリング。さて、今度の相手は武装してると、言っていたな。まあ問題は、ないだろう。いきなり撃ってきやがって、なんてこった。さてショータイムだ。 初の銃撃戦だけど、地味だな。貼り付けない。できた。わお、強烈だな。これなら負ける気しねえぜ。さて、相手一人だし近づこう。ハッハッパー、くらえ。当たれよ、なぜ当たらん。あれ、捨てちゃった。拾えないけど、拳銃持ってるしこれでいいや。
LAPD, put down your weapons. The bank is surrounded. I'm offering you a chance.
すげえな、コンクリ破壊するくらいの威力なのか。それを片手で撃っちゃうなんて恐ろしい。隠れてないで、出ておいで。拾えた。よっしゃ、シャッカン再び。これで、隠れても無駄無駄無駄ー。よし、突撃だ。まだいるのか。終わりか。意外と当たらないものだね。エイムオワコンだったしね。何を言っているのだ、君は。そうだぞ、お前の機関銃の援護があったから、俺は死なずに済んだんだ。
This kind of opportunity comes along once in a lifetime, Hank. I have to grasp it.
You have to survive at first, Cole. Here are the veterans. The Japs love to shoot officers.
If I can make a name for myself in this war, my future...
Thinking of taking on a company of the Emperor's finest single-handed? You don't seem the Sergeant York type to me.
When I need your opinion, Kelso, I'll ask for it.
They talk about officers like you in boot camp, Cole. They call it the Custer syndrome. Guys who go around dreaming of fame and glory and getting all of their men killed in the process.
Our duty is to lead, Kelso.
And their duty is to die for your wonderful future?
Cole Phelps and Jack Kelso. With some people, it's as simple as chemistry. Two guys who should have been friends, but their personalities got in the way. Phelps, a good guy, wound way too tight. And Kelso, a quiet man who could never walk away from a fight.
Well, it's a shame you don't like to talk about it, Cole.
Ralph, friends who want to stay friends don't discuss religion or politics. In my case, you can add the war to that.
I know that bum. Wendell Bowers. I put him away before. He jumped for... Get after him, Phelps. I'll head him off in the car.
融通がつかないとか、誰かに言われたが、そこは気にしない。そんなことより、突然鬼ごっこ始まった。危ない危ない。こんなところで、殉職するわけには、いかないからな。しかし、早いなおっさん。おい相棒、撃つタイミングおかしいだろ。FF あったらどうすんだ。さっきといい今といい、相棒がゆっくりの、ことを殺そうとしてるんじゃないかと、疑い始めたよ。さっきからパイプ登りすぎだろ。映画さながらの、アクションだね。夜、警察、逃げる犯人、屋上、完璧じゃないか。
ハードバトル
Your parole officer's feeling lonely. He's got a hole in his life for an asshole like you. You can make it up to him in 10 years' time. Watch your head. This hump will be back in the Iron Hotel by tomorrow night.
お前は何もやってないが、これで、解決だな。
Part of the tradition of the Marine Corps and being an officer in the Marine Corps is the ability to make tough decisions. The right decision is not always the popular one. The right decision will get the men you care about killed. These ratings and your ability to give them frankly and truthfully directly affect your chances of successfully becoming a Marine officer. Candidate Phelps, you have the floor. Esprit de Corps, Merrill, 10. Franklin, 8. Weiss, 8. Donahoe, 6. Kowalski, 6. Hudson, 5. Kelso, 2. Leadership, Donahoe, 8. Franklin, 7. Merrill, 6. Kowalski, 6. Weiss, 5. Hudson, 5. Kelso, 1. Candidate Kelso!
I'm sorry, Captain, but I joined the Marine Corps to fight the enemy, not get involved in this schoolboy chicken shit.
Kelso, in my office, now!
For every cop, there's the case that makes you. Gives you that leg up. Gets you recognized as the shining new star in the squad. The case that you solve that shows that you have the gumption, the gung-ho, the get up and go to make you stand out from your average rank-and-file patrolman. This could be the one goal.
LAPD, could you stand clear of the body, please? Has anyone called an ambulance?
We've called an ambulance and the police, but I'm afraid he's dead.
Okay, stand further back and move along. It's your choice, but make it quick, people.
Hey, Cole. You got here quick.
My beat crosses 7th Street.
Okay. You're first reporting then. We'll get a perimeter going and move the crowd on. You better see what you can find out before the homicide dicks show up. I'll be with you in a moment.
昼間から、射殺事件とは、物騒だな。しかも、人たくさんいるのに誰も捕まえなかったの。まあ相手は銃持ってるし仕方ないか。さて、物色じゃなくて、手がかりを探そう。それとゆっくりから、一言言わせてもらうと、手袋使えよ。死人の顔で遊ぶコールさん、マジパネーっす。 何かないかな。動きが妙にリアルで気持ち悪い。何かあるな。手紙か。領収書みたいだね。商品は真珠のイヤリングか、女性へのプレゼントかな。他に何かあるかな。なさそうだね。次は目撃者でも探すか。あれ、パートナーラルフのままじゃん。まあ正直なところ、なんでも良いんだけどね別に。手がかりとか見つかると、手帳に記録されて、いつでも確認できるようになるよ。まあ、見たところでよくわかんないんだけどね。よう、姉ちゃん、今晩空いてたら夕飯でも。え？泣くなよ。こっち声かけただけだよ。ありえないだろ。おかしいだろ。ふむふむ、クロービスか。そういや、さっきの領収書にシーガレッタって名前あったけど、あんたのことか。あ、犯人わかった。お前だなクロービス。領収書に名前があることが、何よりの証拠。諦めろここまでだ。
You think you could tell me exactly what happened, miss?
I look around the shops at lunch. I was in a store when Mr. Gage, my boss, bursts in
休憩
yelling
時
that
間
I'm
遅れな
late
い
on
の
my
か。
lunch.
とんだブラックだな。それで我慢ならず殺したと。な
I
るほ
was
ど。
angry. I walked in front. I heard shots. I turned and saw Mr. Gage
それはお
fall.
かしいぞ。なんでそんなにキョロキョロしてるの？もう少しうまくごまかしなさいよ。この無言嫌だろ。すごく嫌なんだろ。
You're lying, Miss Coletta. You know what happened and why. You're going to tell me.
There's nothing to tell. I've done nothing wrong. How can you prove different?
この逆切れ、間違いなく犯人だな。
Your pearl earrings, Miss Coletta. You've been paying for them for a whole year. Stop lying. And tell me what happened at the jewelry store.
Oh God! I won't lose the earrings, will I?
You could lose your freedom, you little fool, if you don't stop
本
obstructing
当
the
に
murder
失うのは
investigation.
フリーじゃない。
Mr. Kalu.
貴様のライフだがな。
Edgar Kalu. He runs the jewelry store. He's showing me a lovely watch. Mr. Gage bursts in. Mr. Kalu gets very angry with Mr. Gage, and they start yelling at each other. Mr. Gage tells me that all of the things in the store are junk, nickel-plated, made in Japan, and
おいお
yells
い、
at me to
メ
get
ッキを
back
バ
to
カに
work.
するなよ。高級車とかに多用されてんだぞ。
And I hear a loud bang. Mr. Gage clutches at his back.
バーン。
I hear another bang. And another, and another. Mr. Gage falls to his knees. It looked very painful.
How many shots did you hear, Miss Coletta?
It's difficult to remember. It sounded like there were so many. And they were so loud.
よし、その言葉は信用しよう。
Concentrate, Miss Coletta. Even minor details can become important later on.
Well, there was one bang.
覚えてるじゃねえか。
And then
なら
another.
初めから言えよ。
And then
やっぱり信
three
用
very
いかねえ
quickly
な。
close together. 5.
Which jewelry store?
Hartfields. Broadway between 5th and 6th.
Did you see the person who shot Mr. Gage?
Of course I did. Mr. Kalu looked very angry.
何発もって、撃ったのは5発なんだろ。なんなんだこいつ。
He threw the gun in a bin and turned.
凶器を捨ててったのか。とんだ間抜けだな。そのカルーとかいうやつは。
You're making me angry, Miss Galetta.
おい、そうじゃねえだろ。
Tell me why Mr. Kalu shot Mr. Gage.
Mr. Gage hates Jews.
大戦後だし、国民ユダヤとなると、アメリカでは厳しいのか。
Thank you for your help, ma'am. You've been very brave. We'll need you to make a formal statement about what happened to Mr. Gage.
Does that mean I can still collect my...
そうだ、それでいい。
Never mind. Yes, officer, I'll make a statement.
よし、犯人も分かったことだし、とっとと捕まえに行くか。その前にゴミ箱に銃捨てたって言ってたな。見ていくか。わお、本当にあった。
FN Browning, serial number 011.
やっぱり、証拠を固めるために、銃の持ち主を確認しに行こう。
We have the murder weapon.
And the murderer. The girl saw it all. Our killer works at a jewelry store called Hartfield's.
That's a couple of blocks from here.
Thinking what I'm thinking?
Tate, maintain the perimeter.
相棒、君は仕切るのが大好きなんだな。初めから分かってたけど、確信したよ。
Shell casings.
あ、薬莢だ。ちょうど5発だね。見つけてから事情聴取すれば、展開違ったのかな。よし、先にガンショップに行こう。はぁ？なんで、意味わからないぞ。なぜゲームオーバーになった？よくわからないが、まあ気を取り直そう。
Don't you people have anything better to do?
今度は大丈夫か？バックがいけなかったのかな？今のはあいつが体当たりしてきただろ。こっちは警察だぞ。どいたどいたー。このくらいなら大丈夫。平気。やっと着いたな。全身黒服のフードかぶった店員はいるかな。
Welcome, officers. What can I do you for?
Officers Phelps and Dunn, sir, Wilshire Division. We need you to trace a serial number.
Sure. What's the make and model?
FN Browning, model 1922. The serial number is 01138.
Don't say. I didn't sell. Europeans love them, but it's pretty rare you find one over here. Although I did have one in here a couple of weeks back.
Remember the owner?
Yeah. Kalu. Edgar Kalu was his name. Thing looks like he'd never been fired, but he brought it in here for cleaning anyway. Then he bought a box of cartridges and he left.
You know where we can find Mr. Kalu?
Told me he was on his lunch break. Said he worked at Hartfield's jewelry store just up on Broadway.
Thanks for your help.
Come back anytime.
よし、さらなる証拠も手に入ったし、あとは、 逮捕するだけだね。そうと決まれば急ごう。
もたもたしてんじゃねえよ。さっさと行くぞ。
誰の声今の。まさか相棒、お前か？まあ誰でもいいか。急ぐということに間違いはないな。すぐそこだったね。もう着いた。時計？いらねえね、そんなもの。欲しいのは貴様の生首だ。
Cole Phelps, are you Edgar Kalu?
No. Mr.
あら、
Kalu is
そ
out
れは
back.
助かる。
Said he'd
お
lie
願
down.
いします。
I'll buzz him for you.
Son of a bitch!
おい逃げるな。お前がカルーなのかよ。よくとっさに自分にさん付けできたな。てか逃がさねえ。絶対逃がさねえ。うははははは、くらえ。くそ、逃げ足の速いやつだ。大危ね。てか無反応かよ。おっとってならないの。普通なるよね。とどめだ。
3, 2, 1.
Stop or I will shoot! Edgar Kalu, you're under arrest for the murder of Everett Gage.
相棒、なんて良い笑顔なんだ。
The case that makes you, and the case that breaks you. The one you never solve. The one that keeps you awake at night. The case that gnaws at your guts and ruins your marriage. The case that keeps you propping up a bar as you relive the what-ifs, the might-have-beens, the half-leads, the half-truths.
それにしても、疲れたな。今日は、あれだけ走り回ったからな。
The case you never, ever discuss.
God's mill may grind slowly, but it grinds
なんだこ
finely,
いつ。
son.
いきなり
I
なん
hear
な
it's
ん
you
だ。
who knocked down malefactor from the
昨
shooting
日
yesterday.
あ
Yes, sir.
捕まえたのは昨日だったのか。要するに今日だと思っている。今日は昨日で明日は今
How
日な
would
ん
you
だ。
like a chance at smiting this man with the sword of justice?
You're asking me to conduct the interview, sir?
I am, young Phelps. You've only been with us a short time and you've assembled yourself a stellar arrest record. Not to mention the fine work you did in the war, sending heathens back to the hell they came from. But I'm curious as to whether you can turn your hand to interrogation. Takes a certain animal cunning, lad. Do you think you might be ready for that?
Yes, sir. I think I am.
Good man. You need many things for a conviction, young Phelps. A motive, opportunity, hard evidence, and best of all, a confession. If you fail in the former, you can always use a modicum of violence to obtain the latter. How are you feeling, lad?
Fine, sir.
Very good. The evidence is overwhelming. May the cat eat him and the cat be eaten by the devil. Bring me a confession, young Phelps. This is your chance. Don't fail me.
いきなり取り調べすることになってしまった。まあ良いだろう。秒殺だ。
Has my lawyer arrived yet? I want to see my lawyer.
そんなもの来ないぞ。来るのは悪魔か、鬼か、はたまた永住か。
You're going to have to pay for that. You followed Everett Gage and the girl back to the shoe store. You put 5 rounds in Gage's back.
Gage was a bastard. Whatever he got what was coming. But it had nothing to do with me.
こいつ、ここまで来てとぼけるのか。
You shot Gage, and we know why. We can put you at the scene.
You can't prove anything.
典型的だな。テンプレじゃ俺には勝てんぞ。
We know all about the argument. Scaletta made a statement.
You're counting on the girl? You think her testimony is going to stand up in court?
You're going to the gas chamber.
That Jew-hating fuck couldn't leave me alone. I had a sale. That girl was ready to buy.
Let's change the subject. You fasting for Yom Kippur, Mr. Kalu?
Yeah, let's change the subject, you going motherfucker. How about baseball?
You're not denying you're a Jew, Mr. Kalu.
This is America. It's not Germany. It's not a crime.
Some people don't like Jews, Mr. Kalu.
Yeah, and I guess you're one of them.
Gage hated Jews, didn't he, Mr. Kalu?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You
もう諦めろ。お前の負けだ。
You expect me to sit here and listen to your drivel?
You call me that? You sit there and you call me those names, you goddamn goy putt snatcher? You and that stump Gage!
Why did you do it, Mr. Kalu?
Gage. He's in the Chamber of Commerce. He's in with all those momsers. He blocked every proposal I ever put forward. Kike this and kike that. He's been trying to ruin my business for years.
Edgar Kalu, I'm charging you with the first-degree murder of Everett Gage. I respect your beliefs and your right to hold them. I hope for your sake the jury can commute to murder in the second degree. You got him listening, sir.
チェックメイトだ。
Masterfully done, Officer Phelps. It is just, Officer Phelps. Isn't it, lad?
Yes, sir.
Then let me have a word with the Chief of Police, young Phelps. The department needs heroes. A shining, honest face the public can admire. I applaud a man with your talent for unwavering justice. Back to your duties for now, Boyle. But here's a piece of advice.
なんだと、ここまでしてやって解雇だと。スーツってすぐ就活になるからなって意味だろ。己許せねえ。しかもニヤニヤしながら言いやがって。己昇進でした。
Here's your new desk, kid. You're on traffic. The hot sheet is posted here, next to the map.
What's his problem?
That's Biggs. He's an institution.
So this is what all the fuss is about. Why couldn't they build a freeway that goes past my place?
They haven't even approved the money yet, kid. The bond issue won't be till December. It'll be years before any of this will happen. Here's your new partner, Stefan Burkowski.
I've heard all about you, Phelps. You go easy on me and let me earn the odd citation, and maybe we'll get along fine.
I'm here to learn, Detective.
Oh, he's an intense one, isn't he, Mel?
Who's intense?
The newly minted detective here, Cole Phelps.
Hi, Phelps. I'll be keeping an eye on you. I could spend a little time basking in reflected glory. Make a change from busting hookers and dope fiends.
Who was that, Commander?
Roy Earl, chief detective and advice.
Do they all dress like movie stars?
Well, Roy is a movie star. And the whole of the seedy side of L.A. is his audience.
What is that supposed to mean?
Stick with me, kid. You'll find out. And now some housekeeping. Warm Central Division welcome for Detective Cole Phelps. Some of you guys may know Phelps. He's the cop who broke the jewelry store murder. Stand up and take a bow, Phelps.
If it's all right with you, sir.
Shh, quiet, everybody.
Phelps is one of only 2 serving LAPD officers who received the Silver Star during the war. Really gave it those lousy Japanese, eh, Phelps?
I did my best, Captain.
Why you war heroes always so modest? I've partnered Phelps with everybody's favorite Pole, Stefan Burkowski.
Hope you like work, kid. Burkowski sure as hell doesn't.
Well, that's why we have partners, right? Okay, can it, guys. Stick with Burkowski. He's a good cop. He knows traffic inside now. I'm going to start you out with 1 case. Do okay? I'll give you a couple more. You screw up, you'll be rousting vagrants and running license plates. Now get down to the PE Freight Depot, 6th and Alameda.
patrolman called in a suspicious vehicle. Signs of foul play. See what you can find out.
Come on, Phelps.
交通課とやらに配属されたのか、てっきり解雇かと思ったんだけど、違くてよかったよ。そのための、スーツだったんだね。それに、なかなかいい部屋だね。スーツは2着って言われたけど、ゆっくりは気前がいいから8着も買ってきたよ。特殊能力が付授されてるスーツも、いかつい黒人のお兄さんから買ってきた。お、いいなこれ。誠のメガネ的な、第二次大戦の、米軍の武器だね。ああ、これが良いな。なるほど、これが1940年代の、パワーアーマーか、素晴らしい。ここだけの話、賄賂だからな。かっこいい車は、くれないのね。別にぶつけたりしないから、いいじゃない。無線だ。これはいわゆる、サブミッションだよ。突発的に発生して、無線に答えると、開始になります。左下のミニマップに、人型マークがあるじゃない。あれがサブミッションの目的地。だいたい、銃撃戦か追いかけっこだから、尺の関係もあるし、今回は受けるけど、以降はわかりません。ご了承ください。こっちが、真面目な話をしているのに、ぶっ殺したとか物騒な話してるな。この辺りだね。そして近くになると、再度無線が入ります。あら、このお姉さん。ババアが通報者か。それくらい自分でなんとかしろよ。こっちは忙しいんだよ。あれ、銃が変わってるね。コルトガバメントかな。
いつタイミング逃した。
あれ、相棒が来ないけど、どうしたのだろう。まさか、撃たれたのか。まあよいや、とっとと捕まえてやろう。さて、本気出すか。さて、とんだ寄り道をしてしまった。早く現場に向かおう。そういや今回の事件はなんだっけ。まあ現場行ってからで、よいか。ここか。
That you, Bukowski? Go on through. Parking lot straight ahead.
I need to get back to work, officer.
The detectives are here now. You repeat to them what you told me.
I did the right thing by calling this in. I'm just a working stick.
Just give them your story and you'll be all right.
権力行使を見た気がする。ありがとう先輩。だけどこれ3周目だし。いや、なんでもないです。全力で捜査いたします。
I'm Officer Hart.
Phelps, traffic. What have you got?
Abandoned car, probably stolen. The solid citizen is Nate Wilkie. He called it in.
What gives with the corner?
There's blood all over the interior. Someone's copped the full Broderick, but no stiff as yet.
We have an owner for the car?
The car is registered to an Adrian Black, just north of Bunker Hill.
All right. We'll take a look around.
I'll keep Mr. Wilkie talking, but don't make him wait too long. He's the restless type.
さて、捜査開始だ。
Nice day for it.
How long you gonna keep me here, sir?
ラッキー、タバコ、タバコ、なんだからかよ。うわぁ、これはひどい。何がどうしてこうなるのか。
Victim looks to have lost a lot of blood.
相当というか、この場で人が爆発でもしただろ。そうじゃなきゃこんなにならなくね。お、手紙か。どれどれ、ふむふむ、なるほど。
Mr. F. Morgan picked up a live pig yesterday?
家畜でも始めるのかな、そのモーガンって人は。他には何かないかな。これは手がかりになりそうだね。
Stenzel glasses. Home repaired by the look of it.
エイドリアン・ブラック、この人が被害者なのかな。
32 years old, married. Sounds like an average guy. What was he doing out here?
ツーショットか、つつましい夫婦だな。ただ気になるのは、前のやつ、春日の逆やってないか。そんなわけないか、もうシーズン過ぎたしな。これ、明らかに凶器じゃないか。前の犯人といい、凶器をその場に置いていくのは、どうかと思うよ。よし、これで手がかりは見つけ終わったかな。聞き取りといくか。
Sir, I'm Detective Phelps.
Name's Nate Wilkie.
You found the vehicle?
Sure. Saw it just sitting there. Strange place to be parking your car. Figured I'd better take a look. And then I saw all the blood. So I called the police.
質問攻めといこう。
Well, I work for the railway. I was on my way out to the switch and reckoned I'd take a shortcut.
これは嘘じゃなさそうだな。
Did you see anybody else in the yard? Maybe somebody hanging around the car?
Nope. I hadn't seen a soul all day till you boys turned up.
We found a steel pipe with blood on it near the car. Do you know anything about it, Mr. Wilkie?
No, sir. I went straight for the law when I saw the car was full of blood.
When you saw the blood, was it wet, bright red, or darker like it is now?
Darker, I'd say. Looked dry already.
Do you know Adrian Black, Mr. Wilkie?
No, sir. That ain't a name I'm familiar with.
使えねえな。 まあ良い人そうだし多めに見てやるか。
You ever seen the car before?
Funny enough, I did. A couple of nights ago, it was over there in the parking lot. I know most of the cars are parked here regular, so it kind of stood out.
The wallet by the car. Was there anything in it when you arrived?
You accusing me of something, mister?
あれあれ、どうしちゃったのかな。いきなり大声出すなんて。しかも、変顔までしてくる始末。
Do you want the patrolman to hold you down while we turn out your pockets, Mr. Wilkie?
Maybe I checked inside that
そうそう、初めからそう言いなさいよ。別にあなたを疑ったりなんて、していないんだから。
Not even change.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Wilkie.
ありがとう。助かったよ、ミルキー。来世で会おうな。
You have to, I guess. I can't really spend no more time over this.
変顔おじさんから、事情聴取は終わったし、次はどこに行こうかな。いえ、ああ、被害者と思われる人の家か。なんとかブラックだっけ。そうそう、エイドリアンだった。急いで向かうか。でも、結構距離ありそうだね。てなわけでここでミュージックスタート。
What do we tell the wife?
Play it by the book. No stiff yet.
やっと着いたね。今度から相棒に運転してもらおうかな。でも、運転中の会話とか面白いのあるんだよね。さてさて、新しいシャウトが、ここにあるらしいが。
Just a minute.
LAPD, Mrs. Black.
あなたに悪い報告があるんです。旦那様が死にました。
I'm Margaret Black. We can discuss this in the living room. Please come in.
お邪魔します。
Your husband drives a blue Lincoln, Mrs. Black?
That's correct.
The car has been found abandoned, and I'm afraid there are signs of foul play.
I knew something was wrong when he didn't come home.
We believe your husband may be injured. We found a pipe on the scene with blood on it.
Oh, no! My poor Adrian!
Does the name Insta-Heat mean anything to you, ma'am?
Yes, it does. We've just had a new water
給
heater
湯器っ
installed.
て、こんなに前からあるの
Whereabouts,
か。
Mrs. Black?
Just outside the kitchen window. At the side of the house.
I'd like you to try and stay calm and remember everything that you can about last night. My partner and I are going to take a look around. When you're ready, we're going to have some more questions for you. Is that okay?
Of course, officer. Anything to help secure my husband's
今、
safety.
生きてるなんて、保証はないがな。
Well, let's check the place out. Come on.
さて、手がかりを探すか、何かしらあるだろう。
Have a good look around. Gotta be
あ
something in here.、
新聞だ。
Lie down, make yourself comfortable. So, you're a friend of Courtney's?
Yes, Doctor.
He seems very concerned about you.
I have these visions. These blinding visions. I can't get them out of my head. My skull, it feels like it's in a
I'm
vice.
going to give you something to calm your nerves. I want to take you on a journey back. I want you to remember the good things about your past, occasions that made you laugh, times that made you smile.
実はこの新聞、パート1にも出てきてて、その時は飛ばしちゃってます。ロスのあっちこっちにあって、それぞれでストーリーが繋がってるんだよ。どこにあるか忘れたけど、あれば読みます。まあ、大して面白くない内容だった気がする。これは何かな？給湯器の保証書みたいだね。レシートかよ。
This was only recently installed, not 2 days ago. Maybe it's time we took a look around outside.
こっちは何かな？広告か。インパクトがないな。やっぱり広告は、これくらいないと。
89,800円。
メガネケースだ。事件現場にもメガネあったけど、関係あるかな？
Stencil. So the glasses are a match.
被害者は、やっぱりエイドリアンなのかな？なんでワンショットなんだろう。まさか、この容姿でナルシストなんて、やめてくれよ。隠しメッセージ付きか。
My Adrian. This thing gets more and more interesting.
シアトルがどうのこうのって、奥さん何か言ってたよな。
A used ticket to Seattle and a suitcase gone missing. Someone couldn't wait to get out of this house.
誰だ？誰なんだ？それが肝心だ。 あれれ、ここもワンショット。何が何やら、夫婦関係に何かあるのは、間違いないね。隠しメッセージはなかったよ。給湯器でも、見てくるかな。どこかな。見つけた見つけた。しかし、これは一体。なんて難しいんだ。まだ序盤だぞこれ。でも、これで血まみれのパイプが特定できたね。思ったんだけど、昨日の晩からこれが外れてたなら、普通もっと早く気がつかないか。しかも、つけたてなら、なおさら。庭が広くていいな。もう手がかりないよ BGM が鳴らないってことは、まだどこかに手がかりがあるのか。なんだろう、これ、まさか。ああ、やっぱり、マッチか。そんなの知ってたし。エイドリアンは、ここのお得意様かな。
Maybe Adrian was a patron. R&I should have an address.
お、なった。これで手がかりは、すべて見つけたみたいだね。あ、もし、俺、フェルプス、そうコールフェルプス、R&I にしないで、よろしくー。
Phelps, 1247.
あ、もしもし、すいませんフェルプスです。場所を尋ね、あ、はい。すいませんお願いします。
Certainly, detective. One moment. Kavanaugh's Bar, corner of Aliso and Hewitt, south side of Union Station.
Thanks.
ありがとうございます。助かりました。バーの場所もわかったし、いっか。ああ、そうだった。この人の取り調べまだだった。
Your husband's car for a live pig. This receipt was made out to an F. Morgan.
A pig? Adrian runs a tool business.
ここに来て新しい名前かよ。なんてこった。
God knows what he's up to.
モーガン、何を企んでるかは知らないが、世界征服とか、その辺だろうどうせ。
He's the foreman at my husband's plant. A very shady character. I've told Adrian he needs to keep his distance from the staff. They're always out drinking together.
Did your husband tell you where he was going last night?
All he said was he was going to meet Frank for a drink.
So nothing out of the usual then.
Well, he came home early from work. He never comes home early. And he went out early, too. He normally never leaves for the bar till about 7.
Was your husband wearing his glasses when he left here yesterday?
Yes, he just bought a new pair.
Go on.
I kept telling him to throw those old ones away. He tried to repair them with tape. They looked terrible.
Tell us about the photo of Adrian in the bedroom.
What is there to tell? It's from his most recent business trip to Seattle.
シアトル行きの切符があったね。
What was the purpose of Adrian's trip to Seattle, Mrs. Black?
He was meeting
家を出たがっている奴がいるってコールさんが言ってたけど、そうなるとなんとなく全貌がわかってくるね。アサシンかなんかに、夫のエイドリアンの暗殺を頼んだんだな。これで逮捕
I
だ
think you。should come clean with us, Mrs. Black. Your husband is missing, and after our search, I'm willing to call the circumstances suspicious. Can you account for your movements last night?
正しくは間接的に、だな。
What an awful thing to say! I was here all night, of course, waiting for Adrian to come home.
Is there anyone who can vouch for that?
Well, no. I was here alone. I cooked Adrian's dinner and waited, but he never came home.
Your husband
これが
frequents
最後の質
Kavanaugh's
問
bar?
だ。そして、とどめだ。
Adrian practically lives there after work.
So Adrian spends a lot of time there.
Up until recently, he's been away in Seattle a lot on business.
We'll keep you informed,
あ
Mrs.
れ
Black.
一つ間違えてるね。
Please
まあ
do,
いいや。
Detective.
殺人犯に、お願いされたが、何をすればいいのだ。
Can you drive to this one?
相棒に運転してもらおう。
Alright.
バーまでお願
Where
い
to?。
なんなんだよ、この乗り方。
Jesus, I'm glad to be out of there.
Mr. and Mrs. Black don't seem to have the happiest home life.
He's too scared to divorce her, and she's too much of a shrinking violet to throw him out. If this hadn't happened, they could have stayed miserable together forever.
You think she could have killed him?
She sure as hell doesn't seem the type. But stranger things have happened.
.着いた。ロード時間が長くなるけど、十分時間短縮になるね。このゲーム長いから、対応していこう。
No, you don't.
It's a tasty burger. How's your tuna fish salad?
Looking for someone?
You know Frank Morgan?
Sure. Frank's your regular. He's a loner in the back.
お、早速会えるのか。どんな男かは知らないが、アサシンはこいつかもしれない。
Cole Phelps, LAPD. I understand you're a friend of Adrian Black.
うわぁ、なんか、思ってたのと違う。
No, I hadn't heard that. Tough break.
We found Black's car, abandoned in a freight depot, covered in blood. You know anything about that, Morgan?
Hell no. I'm
人に
sorry
好
to
かれ
hear
そうな
that.
見た目だしね。
I like
エイドリアン。
He's a good
No,
boss.
please, don't tell me you actually believe this jerk-off,
おいお
Phelps.
い、酔っ払いだからって、そんな言い方はひどいぞ相棒。
If Black is hurt, anything you give up might help us find him before it's too late.
Look, if something happened
こ
to
の酔っ
Adrian, then
払い野郎、
I'm
お
sorry
と
to
な
hear
しく知
about
って
that,
い
but
る
I
こ
don't
と
know
を
nothing more
話し
about
や
it.
がれ。
I can't help you.
When did you last see Adrian?
Hell, I don't know.
とぼけるな酔っ払い。いい加減にしろよ。
You're lying, Morgan. What happened to Adrian?
I have 10 guys who say I was here the whole night. You think you can prove I was there?
hetakuso、証拠がわからん。どないしよう。
Come on, Morgan. It was only last night. You must remember something.
Look, we might have had a drink. We have a drink most nights after work.
This doesn't add up, Morgan.
これはひどい。名探偵コールフェルプス。酔っ払いにまんまと引っ掛けられたよ。
You want my opinion? We tell Morgan. I say he's lying, and whatever hole he's got Adrian stashed in, he's got to go back there sometime.
何かあるのに言えない。このモヤモヤ感、なんとなくわかるよ。あれ、フランクだ。なんか様子が変だな。尾行しよう。決定的な証拠がつかめるかもしれない。
I bet he wishes he'd rehearsed that story better now.
こんな運転してたら、バレる気がするが、大丈夫かな。ゆっくり走るのが難しい。そういや、この時代の車って 4MT くらいなのかな。ゆっくりは 6MT の車乗ってるけど、運転してて楽しいよ。あと、もう一つ CVT のも所有してるけど、やっぱり MT 最高。バレてないか、大丈夫か。これでバレてないなら、バレることはないんじゃね。おいおい、急に止まるなよ。
Where are you taking us, Mr. Morgan?
長すぎる。こっちもしびれ切らしそう。だから急ブレーキやめ。あ、止まりそうだね。ほう、ここがモーガンの家か。尾行して正解だった。
Let's check the place out. Come on. Day one of the big time, and you're already tailing drunks home from bars. You haven't done yet? I told you it was non-stop glamour working traffic, didn't I?
部屋はここか。
I'm just trying to learn. Oh, come on, Phelps. Save the creepy teacher's pet stuff for Leary. It won't work on me.
Apartment 2.
All right. Let's pay our friend a visit.
さて、どんな結末になるのでしょう。
Who the hell is that?
ちょっと待て。
Will you relax?
右の男はまさかエイドリアンか。
I told you we're in the clear. I'll get it.
エイドリアン何をしているんだ。ママが心配しているぞ。さあこっちに来て。
Mr. Black, LAPD, give yourself up now.
なんで逃げるの。待ちなさい。
Remember, the gun is the last resort. Stop running, Adrian.
身軽なデブだな。
Mr. Black, get back here right now.
ナイス相棒。これでおしまいだ。
Adrian. Why not just come clean with her, Black? Why the melodrama? I thought it would be easier. No, it just got a whole lot harder. Adrian Black, you're under arrest for conspiracy and fraud. We'll see what the DA has to say about wasting police resources on a wild goose chase like this. You're gonna lose your wife, lose your job, and probably end up in the big house. I hope she was worth it, Adrian.
あの車の血は、豚の血だったのか。でもそういうのって、鑑識でわかるものじゃないの。それに、なんでよりにもよって、給湯器のパイプ使ったんだろう。あれじゃなかったら、もう少し難しくなってたかもしれないのに。まあ、これにて一件落着です。
All right, gentlemen, I just got this handed to me. A hit-and-run felony at Ray's Cafe, 208 North Los Angeles. Got a patrolman on site. The coroner's on his way. Get down there, see if you can find any witnesses who can put a make on the car.
今回は、ひき逃げ事件らしいね。外は夜かな。ロスの夜は初めてだ。楽しみだな。ああ、一挙決めていこう。この服、今回には、ぴったりだね。まあ、でもこれだな。観光目的も兼ねて操作しよう。あくまで、観光は二の次だがな。わかったか相棒。なんだこいつ。おお綺麗だ。さてどこから巡ろうかな。
ちょっと待て、お前さっき俺に言った言葉、忘れたのか。
あ、相棒、お前喋れたのか。嘘だろまさかな。そうだよな。気のせいだよな。疲れてるのかな。
I'll convince him to learn. How you do that? I'll give him something better.
割と、近くだったね。
Detectives, over here.
Cole Phelps, traffic. What have we got?
Dick is a white male named Lester Patterson. Walked out of the bar and into the street. Car hit over there and he ended up here. Dead on impact by the look of it.
Have you canvassed the area?
The only one with anything useful to contribute is the young lady over there. She lives above the bar. Name is Shannon Perry. No, it's not a stage name. 24 years old, she left Kansas to follow the yellow brick road.
Is that so? We'll take a
なん
formal
だお
statement
前、
later.
嬉
Right
し
now
そ
we're
うだ
gonna
な。
take a look around.
目撃者もいるなら、簡単に解決できそうだね。単なるひき逃げ事件か。今回も楽勝だな。
Body traveled a good 20 feet.
Careful where you're stepping, Phelps. I don't come down to the station house and tap dance on your desk.
I landed on his face and ended up here. Car must have struck him from behind.
今回も手袋はなしなのね。以降もなしなんだろう。何かある。生命保険か。まあ成人なら、加入してるのは普通だね。でも、なんで手元にあるんだろう。せめて、血は触るなよ。免許証か。結婚してるのか、かわいそうに。
We can notify next of kin.
これは、なんだ、お金かな。別に、一瞬盗もうかとか、考えたりしてないよ。本当だよ。他はこれと言ってなさそう。ああ、びっくりした。いきなり前にいるなよ。別に何か盗んだりしてないから。
Looking him over now, I'd say he died on impact.
What about the chest wound? Isn't that inconsistent?
Very common in auto injuries. Look for a car
な
with
る
a
ほど。
prominent put on.
これが日本なら、日本のロールスロイスこと、三岡自動車が疑われるな。なかなか、良い帽子だな。これなんだよ。思いっきり血がついてるじゃないか。今更言うけど、動画じゃわからないんだけど、手がかり周辺に行くと、コントローラーが振動して、手がかりが近くにあると、教えてくれます。今回はひき逃げ事件だし、これはよくわからないけど、知らなかったことにしよう。
Not much help.
これといって、見つからないね。
This blood is a long way from the body. The car must have been going like a bat out of hell. So the driver managed to brake before the impact.
居眠りかな。それか、いきなり出てきたのかな。
He's all yours, detective.
そうだそうだ。この人が目撃者なんだっけ。もう少しだけ、手がかり
I'll
見
take
つ
the
けたい。
bartender. You work the rest of the room.
新聞だ。
Courtney, come in. Have a seat.
Thanks, Doctor.
How are you finding working at the clinic?
It's, fine.
Are you sure?
Can I be honest with you, Doctor?
I would hope so, Courtney.
I was hoping that the therapy would be more beneficial.
Treatment can, unfortunately, be very long-term.
So many of the patients here are addicts, Doctor.
Many of them have been for years, Courtney. In the past, these people were condemned to sanatoriums. we can reveal the root of the problem, then we have a chance to help them.
And until then, they stay sedated?
Do I detect a hint of reproach, Courtney?
I was expecting more, Doctor. I'm sorry. I don't mean to criticize.
Part of being a physician, Courtney, is learning to be patient.
How is it possible to keep so many of them on their medications, Doctor? Many of their addictions are illegal.
Oh, many things in life are gray, Courtney. What may on the surface appear to be illegal is actually of benefit to society at large.
新聞の技術は、ハリーポッター並みだな。わからない。気になるな、それ。まあいいや、ちょっとバーテンに話しかけよう。
How can I help, Detective?
Name would be a good start.
Dudley Lynch. Hired help. I run the place when the owner ain't around.
それ、任されてるんじゃなくて、都合のいいやつだと思われてるよ。
Somebody had to take Lorna, Mrs. Patterson home.
What can you tell me about the accident?
Not a lot. It was busy in here, and all I heard was the impact.
なんで目を細めるの？
So what was he doing outside? It's against licensing regulations to drink on the sidewalk.
Lester and Lorna were having a fight. The owner made him take it outside. It was pretty ugly.
Do you know the victim?
Yeah. Lester Patterson.
何ちょっとかっこいい言い方してるの？
He was.
Not one of your favorite customers?
Lester was special, but not my kind of special.
Was Lester drinking alone?
No. He came here with his wife. She didn't seem too interested in the booze, though.
ん？どういうことだ？さて、この人に話を聞くか。
Miss Perry?
Yes?
I'm Detective Phelps. This is my partner, Detective Bukowski. Can you tell us what happened?
Well,
なんだかムカつく女だな。女優志望なんだっけ。はっきり言おう。お前は向いてない。
Then what happened?
I saw a car hit that poor man and knock him down the street.
What kind of car was it?
A dark red Lincoln Continental.
Did you see the license plate?
Only the first three letters, I'm afraid. 3C8.
Tell me more about the argument you heard.
Well, there were two voices. A man and a woman, that's all.
Why are you holding out on us, Miss Perry?
I'm sorry. I was hoping to tell my story to the newspapers. I'd like to get my picture in the paper.
うわ、これはひどい。
I work as an actress and things are pretty difficult.
Cough it up, sister. We don't have all night.
People arguing? They were husband and wife. I could tell by what she was yelling. Intimate things. Very embarrassing for the man.
Thank you, Miss Perry. Your information has been very
何を
helpful.
言われたか知らないが、あまりにも恥ずかしくて店から飛び出て跳ねられたのかな。車もある程度特定できたし、早いところ犯人を捕まえよう。
Certainly got away with the dames, Phelps.
Give it a rest, Bukowski.
Let's see what the patrons have to say.
バーテンさん、もう少しお
A witness
話を。
overheard an argument.
Lester and Lorna. There's nothing like airing your dirty laundry in public, is there?
話を聞く限りだと、妻はなかなか腐った女だな。
You know what they were fighting about, Lynch. Stop lying to me.
So now you know what I know?
そうだ、
You a
俺は
mind
サイキ
reader
ック
now?
パワーの持ち主だ。
You're off
く
the
そ
hook.
お前も能力者だな。
Why was Lorna Patterson in such a hurry to leave? What is going on here?
Lorna was pretty upset, so Leroy took her home. Lorna and Leroy are close. They've been talking about opening a new bar.
Leroy?
Leroy Sabo?
ああ、お前のことをうまく使ってるやつか。そいつも、よほどの能力を持っている
How
んだろ
long
う
have
な。
Lorna and Leroy been talking about this new bar?
Who knows? I just served the drinks.
気持ち悪い。何ニヤニヤしてんだよ。
Is Leroy really going into business with Lorna? You sure you're not covering for her?
Me and Lorna? That man-eater? I wouldn't last a weekend with her. You're barking up the wrong tree there, partner.
Like I made a mistake.
おのれ、また能力を使ったな。
Bartenders hear all sorts of things. Are you going to tell me, or do we have to start playing rough?
When Lester was drinking, he treated Lorna like dirt. He gambled away all their money. Lorna pitched Leroy about the bar. I don't know how interested he is.
Is Leroy doing well?
Hell no. The only thing keeping this place afloat are the poker games.
ギャンブルか。
Thanks for your help, Lynch.
お
I'm going to
前
need
の
you to
能
sign a
力は素
statement
晴ら
with
しかっ
Strowman.
た。だが、
Sure, no
次は
problem.
こうはいかん。
You get anything out of the regulars?
They weren't giving too much away. They liked watching Lester and Lorna go a few rounds every other day. And Lester was a fan of the love tap.
ド M かよ。こういうのが、死してバレるのは辛いな。
So
お
this is why
なかなか雰囲気あるね。こっちは何かあるかな。何もない。とんだ無駄足だったぜ。さて、手がかりもある程度まとまったし、ちょっくら電話するか。
I swear, this town is going straight to hell.
Rehab is quitter.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
口頭だけなら、誰でもできちゃうよねこれ。
I need to run a partial license plate, 3 Charles 8. Cross-check possible Lincoln owners. Suspect vehicle is a red Lincoln Continental.
Just a moment, Detective. Only one possible make on that
お、
license.
これは特定できたな。よし、逮捕じゃー。
738 West Temple Street.
Thanks for your help.
ウィリアムか、どんなやつだろう。でもその前に、被害者の妻に会いに行くよ。生命保険証といい、喧嘩といい、何かありそうだしね。ああ、そうだ、相棒に運転してもらおう。
You can drive.
ここか、立派な家だな。さてさて、どんな容姿のおばさんかな。
Yes?
あれ、
Hello?
意外と。
Madison.
Is this about my husband?
We're investigating the incident, ma'am.
I see. Come in, won't you?
全然普通だな。悲しいとかないの。
Can you tell me what happened?
What's to tell? He got hit by a car and now he's dead.
You don't appear to be too upset about the fact.
Lester and I met on a furlough in '44. We got married that weekend. People don't understand it now, but that happened a lot back then.
I see. So you probably did well to stick it out this long.
What's that supposed to mean, mister?
来たばっかりなんだけど。
I have someone here.
I beg your pardon? You're gonna have to run that one by us again, sister. It's okay, Lorna.
なんてこった。これはただのひき逃げ事件じゃなさそうだ。お前がリロイ
Nice to see you
か。
comforting the grieving widow, Mr. Sabo.
All right, wise guy. Do you have any intelligent questions you would like me to answer?
You can confirm Mrs. Patterson's story.
Lester lost at cards. He was kind of hard to control when he lost his temper. He turned without looking and walked right out in front of the car. It wasn't good.
What's your relationship with Mrs. Patterson, Mr. Sabo?
We're friends.
怪しいな。てか、そんな言葉誰も信じないぞ。
Look, I was filing for divorce. Mental cruelty. Lester could be a mean son of a bitch.
And Lester knew about that?
No, I hadn't told him.
Well, hasn't this worked out well for the two of you? I feel almost bad for busting in on this little rendezvous.
How did the car come to hit Lester?
He walked straight into the path of an oncoming car.
You're lying, Lorna. You pushed him in front of the car.
If you think you can prove that, I suggest you arrest me now. I would have loved to push him under a car many a time, but not this time.
You were arguing in the bar and on the sidewalk?
We were always arguing. So what?
Admit it, you were baiting him, pushing his buttons. We can easily get the full story from the regulars in the bar.
All right. Lester was playing cards out back. He lost, of course, and wanted back in. He suggested I earn the money on my back to get a mistake. That was the proposition he was putting to his so-called buddies. So maybe I was a little angrier than usual. Let's just say I took exception to his idea.
The bartender said that you and Leroy were planning to go into business together. Can you explain how you'll get the money to do that?
I have a little money saved away.
これは嘘だな。
You're being economical with the truth, Lorna.
You want to back that up, little man?
You increased the premium on Lester's life insurance. GI insurance policies have a $10,000 payout.
It was Leroy's idea. Lester lived on the edge. He was always getting into fights, crap games, pinochle, you name it. Turns out it was good advice.
It speaks to motive and
もう白
premeditation.
状しちゃえよ。明らかじゃないか。
Detective.
You and Mr. Sabo have an interesting day.
I'm sure we will, officer. Now, if you could both just leave.
We're leaving, ma'am. Sorry for your loss. I can see what a tough time you're having with all this.
何か、他に何か、証拠が必要だ。
You're behind the
少し
wheel.
考えよう。しかし、ひき
All right.
逃げ犯の
Where
件もあ
to?
る。 こっちを先にやるか。
It's a lucky break getting a partial ID. These cases are usually dead in the water after 24 hours if no one comes forward.
Why don't they just stop?
You heard about fight or flight during the war?
Sure. Never back your enemy into a corner. That kind of stuff?
Right. Well, in a hit and run, the perp is already in flight. It's easier to keep going. It takes a degree of moral courage to stop and accept responsibility.
Not as dumb as you make yourself out to be, are you, Stefan?
I didn't know I was making myself out to be dumb.
あの車、あれだな。なんてこった、朝まで張り込む羽目になるなんて。いかつい顔だな。
That's the son of a bitch right there. William Shelton?
Yes?
It doesn't look good, Shelton. You packing your bags and making a run for it? You know why we're here.
普通の青年じゃないか。逃げなければいいもの。
We've got witnesses who can put this car at the scene, not to mention the physical damage. This is open and shut.
逃がすかこの
That
野
coward
郎。
thinks he can run from everything.
Hands behind your head.
ここまでだウィリアム。それに、一般市民を、かなかったのが奇跡だよ。
I admit it. I just panicked, but it
言い
wasn't my
訳タイム。
fault.
What do you mean?
The guy jumped right out in front of me. He came out of nowhere. There's nothing I could do about it.
Why didn't you stop?
I've had accidents before.
ダメだなこい
That's
つ
it.
反省の色がない。
The
死
DA
刑
is
でどう
gonna
ぞ。
love you.
They weren't all my fault. I'm a surveyor. I need my license for my job. There were people around. A woman and a man were standing right next to him. I thought they could get him to a hospital. I'm telling you, it's not my fault.
The guy is dead, Shelton.
You can't be serious.
William Shelton, you're coming downtown. We need to talk about a manslaughter charge.
とんだクソ野郎だったな。謝りもせず、自分は悪くないの一点張り。一番嫌いなタイプだよ。
Phelps, 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
Any messages?
Just one detective from the coroner. Message reads, Phelps, see me at Central Morgue immediately. Results of the Patterson autopsy.
Thanks, ma'am.
検視結果、なんだろう。急いで行こう。ああ、良い車だ。これだ。これにしよう。
Where exactly are we going?
Out of the car. Police.
捜査のためなんで、悪いね。えへへ。えへへへへへ。 さあ、早速結果を聞くとしよう。
We can put the driver in front of a judge in less than a week.
You'd be making a big mistake.
Run that by me again?
The victim was dead before the car hit him. 2 puncture wounds to the right side of the thorax. Second puncture reached his
おいおい、
heart.
まさか、殺人事件なのか。
Been doing this job 23 years, son. No one's ever laughed at one of my jokes.
He was stabbed to death?
Long, sharp knife.
あ
Eighth of a
あ、そういえ
bayonet.
ば覚えがある。
We found a knife in the alleyway.
Where is it now? Was it bagged?
By Patrolman Kaplan.
Perfect. I'll get you a definite match.
Jesus, we got
よ
him.
し、これで証拠は完璧
We were
だ。
right there and they tried to stare us down. Now they'll both get the gas
はは
chamber.
は、死刑じゃ。
We have the knife, we have the coroner's report, and I bet we could roll Sabo as a witness. Let's bring her in.
さっき買った愛車で、突撃だ。
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Fine. Where are we headed?
いやー良いね、オープンカーは、特別な気分になるよ。あ、どうも、また会いましたね。逮捕しに来ました。
We'd like you to come downtown and answer some questions.
It wasn't me.
あ、ずる
It was
賢いな
Leroy's
この
idea.
女。
Leroy stabbed him. I had nothing to do with it.
Where is Leroy now?
He's in the bedroom.
出たなリロイ、銃なんかを下げて、おとなしく降参するんだ。
If you do something stupid now, you don't stand a chance in front of the grand
Nice of you to give me up, sweetheart. All that whispering in my ear telling me how we had to get rid of him, how good it could be, all the money we could claim, all that planning, how to get him into the street, how to make it look like an accident.
For God's sake,
You had
Leroy,
all
shut
the
up!
bases covered, baby.
I had nothing to do
You
with
think
it.
I'm gonna fry for you,
He's a
Lorna?
crazy man. Shoot him. Shoot him for God's sake!
ああ、やりやがったな。
Too late, Sabo.
逃げても無駄だぞ。撃ってきやがったな。こっちも撃っちゃうぞ。
Stop or I will shoot.
思ったより、足が速いな。そろそろお遊びは、終わりにしよう。最後まで面倒なやつだなリロイ。覚悟しろよ。
Put the weapon down now.
Help me!
終わった。
You look spooked, Phelps. I thought you'd been under fire before.
It never gets any easier, Bukowski.
So, I give you a hit and run.
こ
You
の
bring me
展開
back
は予想で
fraud,
きなかったよ。
conspiracy, and first-degree murder. This is how a good detective operates, Phelps. You take nothing at face value. You keep digging and asking questions until you get to the truth. You got some sharp elbows on you, detective. I like that.
ありがとうご
Keep
ざい
up
ま
the
す。
good work.
今月の給与は、50倍で勘弁しときますよ。これ見て、一件落着。
Phelps, Bukowski, you have a new case. 2 women, possible drink drive.
How is that a case?
The broad says she was doped and that somebody tried to kill her.
Where did this take place?
That's the bit you're gonna love. Right across the street.
What?
A Chevy Styline took a nosedive off the escarpment, fetched up underneath a Cola King billboard. Up to it, boys. We got bad guys to catch.
なんだ、近所で事件か。事件現場も、機械に越したことはないからね。いつものこれで決まり。
See you later, fellers. Try not to
た
work
だ
too
の
hard.
飲酒運転なら、すぐに解決できるけど、薬を飲まされたっていうのが気になるね。さて、酔っ払いのたわごとか、真実か、どっちなのかな。近いから、車使おうか迷ったけど、やっぱ使おう。
Careful.
現場はこの上か。ダメだ。限界だ。仕方ない。歩くか。
Her face looks familiar. Well, that's June Ballard. Tarzan's sister, beast of the Amazon. She's married to Guy McAfee. The captain has moved to Vegas now, but the 2 of them still have juice. Phelps, traffic.
Detective Phelps. Hey, Bukowski. Long time no see.
You could have called this in by megaphone, Enrique. Phelps, this is Enrique Gonzalez. Enrique was a pretty decent middleweight. What do we have, Gonzalez?
Broad drives right through the empty lot and off the side of the escarpment. Her story is that a movie producer doped her and her friend and sent the car over the cliff.
Was anyone hurt?
Driver's beat up. Not too bad considering. If she hadn't hit that billboard, we'd be scraping both of them off the pavement. Passenger's a Jessica Hamilton. She's just a kid. She's pretty knocked around.
Kid gonna be all right?
I think so. They've taken her to central receiving. If you want to take a look around, stall the ambulance.
Thanks. Do that.
One more thing. Watch out for the driver. She cuts rough.
さて、手がかりを探そう。
If you're looking for the coroner, he's down by the crash site.
ああ、飛行機だ。こんなに昔から飛んでるのか。それにしても、40年代とは思えないね。こりゃ戦争に勝てませんわ。
You'll want to see this, Phelps. There, laid out on the trunk. And that isn't even the best part.
これだけでだいぶわかったぞ。犯人はロリコンだな。
They were stuffed in the young lady's handbag. I'll run a trace for semen when I get back to the lab.
「読んでる字と、書いてある字の量が、あまりに釣り合わない気がする。この車のプレートかな。ものすごい勢いだったんだね。まああの高さだし、当たり前か。
Must have been unconscious. Being relaxed tends to lessen the soft tissue damage.
Drunk driver?
Maybe not.
なんだその首人形は。
Well, a head I found without a body piqued my
突
interest.
然ですが、フェルプス渾身のモノマネをご覧くださ
Alas, poor
い。
Yorick. I knew him, Horatio.
Is it real?
やっちまったな。
No. I think it's supposed to be a replica
ゆっ
of
く
an
りは
Indian
元ネタ
truck
も
head.
知らないから、
It's some kind of
全く意味がわからなかったよ
See。the casting marks?
What's it made from?
Plaster of Paris would be my first guess, then painted.
So we can rule out the murder angle?
No, you can rule that in. That thing was wedging the
どうや
accelerator
っ
to
て
the
固定
floor.
したかはわからないけど、これは映画の小物のレプリカらしい。お、これで終わりか。さて、事情聴取といきますか。あの女か、荒れてるとか言ってたっけ。
Mrs. McAfee, we would like to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
I prefer to use my maiden name, June Ballard.
ああダメだこのババア。典型的な勘違いやつ
Can you
だ。
tell us what happened here?
You're kind of
ムカつく。めっちゃムカつく。
maybe a bit on the serious side.
What about me, June? I'm a big fan of
You?
Beast of...
I don't
黙れバ
like.
バア。俺はお前が嫌いだ。
We understand that you're still suffering from the effects of the accident, Mrs. McAfee. The officer says that you claimed that you were drugged. Who did this to you?
That rat slipped us a Mickey Finn. It's no wonder I feel so dopey.
なんとなく犯人に同情する。これは、殺されても仕方ない。なんだよその頭。
It's
ラ
a
クダか
serious
よ。
offense to withhold information from the police during a criminal investigation, madam.
I told you to call me June. You're making me feel like an old
お
lady.
わー。近寄るなー。
Don't bother your handsome head about this. My husband will settle the score with Mark Bishop.
What can you tell us about the passenger in your car?
Jessica Hamilton. Poor Jessica. It's been a rough day for her. She's desperate to break into movies.
下着あったよな。人は必死になると思わぬ行動するらしいが、あれはどう考えても、無理やりだよな。
I think you're lying, Mrs. McAfee. I think something happened to Jessica yesterday before the crash.
I'm offended, Sunshine. Do you have any proof?
いや待てフェルプス。これまで
Miss
に書い
Hamilton's
たの
underwear were
か。
physically torn from her body.
She wanted to go to a casting. I took her to a casting. Whatever happened after that is between her and Mark
畜生
Bishop.
ラクダババアめ。そんな言い方しやがって。
We found a shrunken head. It was used to tamper with your car.
You see,
座ったくらいから薬が効いたのか、すぐ効く薬だったのかわからないし、それにこの話すら嘘かもしれない。こいつに限っては、今までで一番信用いかないよ。
In case you hadn't noticed, I am the talent. And the talent doesn't deal with props or sets or any of that kind of stuff. Why don't you ask Mark Bishop which prop house he uses?
You mentioned a Mark Bishop. You think he might have had something to do with this?
He is a movie producer. As for his involvement, you just leave it to me and my
こ
husband.
いつが怪しいってことになるな。それか、もっとでかい何かがあるかもしれない。
I want to know what happened between you two that made him want to commit a double murder.
Bishop offered me a part in his picture. Then he withdrew it. Fact is, we had a deal. I pressed him on it, and this is where I end up.
Mrs. McAfee, I think it would be in everyone's best interest if
あ
you
る程度
accompanied
聞き出
Patrolman
せたな。
Gonzalez
し
back
か
to the
し、
receiving
これ
hospital.
ほど腹が立ったのも久しぶりだぜ。
These guys can take me home after. My lawyer and I have talked to the news house.
Mrs. McAfee,
優
you are
しい
still
フェ
under
ル
the
プス。
influence of
すごい優
narcotics.
し
You're
い。
likely to go into shock once the drugs wear off.
And I thought you were a heel. It's nice of you to be concerned.
I think we're good here. Let's go see what we can
よ
shake out of
し
the kid.
病院にいる娘に会いに行こう。もっと有力な情報が聞き出せるはずだ。これは乗れないのか。強そうなのに残念だ。仕方ない。こっちで我慢しよう。そういや、前回の事件で手に入れたオープンカーどこ行った？何が起きた？今、一体何が起きたんだ？よくわからないが、後方注意だな。
KGPL to car 11K, 11 King. The car crash victim has regained consciousness at Central Receiving Hospital.
11K Roger.
動く殺人マシーン乗ってられるか。俺は歩くぞ。初めからこうすればよかったんだ。病院って警察署の近くにあるのか。今回は、本当に近所回りだな。
Hello, Detective Phelps.
怪我をしたロリコン、じゃなくて、ロリはどこ行った？
Jessica Hamilton. Oh, yes. She's in the room, right behind you, detective.
さて、入院中悪いが、事情聴取しよう。
Feeling better since this morning, Jessica?
A little. My head still feels swimming.
Hello, Jessica. My name is Cole Phelps. I'm a policeman. I'd like to talk to you about your accident, if that's okay.
この子がジェシカか。この度は辛い目にあったね。だけど約束するよ。犯人はこの手でシャシャツする。
It's all kind of fuzzy. I remember waking up here.
今回、気がついたらパターン多いな。まさかとは思うが、犯人は能力者じゃないだろうな。こいつも嘘つくのか。だがバレバレだぞ。
Why the big cover-up?
I'm not lying to you.
Are you going to sign him out? Yes. Do you know how much the operation is?
Don't ask,
ご
we
め
never
ん
find out.
その、勘違いだから許して。
You're holding out on me,
だが
Jessica.
疑う。この攻撃的スタンス。これが俺の売りだ。間違い
You
か
need to
よ
get。in touch with your parents, Jessica, to tell them what has happened.
Oh, you don't need to worry them. They sent me along to stay with Aunt June. They trust her to take care of me.
だからごまかすなよ。バレないとでも思っているのかな。
You're lying, Jessica. How are we going to
さ
make
っ
this
きは
right
間
if you
違えた
lie to
が
us?、
俺も人間だ。間違いは誰にでもあ
Why
る
would。I lie to you?
Doctor, I can speak with White this minute.
Because you're a runaway, Jessica, and you don't have your parents' permission to be here. Now, do you want to tell me what really happened?
I went with Junie to this strange place. It's difficult to remember.
Someone gave me a drink to calm my nerves, and then I felt
薬の話は本当らしい。
I think I must have passed out.
How did you meet Mr. Bishop?
Well, Junie is a big movie star. You probably know that. She's doing a new movie.
畜生、また嘘ついてやがるな。なんだこいつ、ラクダババアと同類だな。
Don't protect these people.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Bishop makes movies. That's all I know.
So this is what a morgue looks like, huh? Doesn't look like, does it, guys?
Sorry?
俺も人間だ。あと言いたいことはわかるな。
What's the story with Bishop and Mrs. McAfee? Why does he want the two of you dead?
That can't be true. Mr. Bishop seemed very happy today.
嘘だらけだな、まったく。ハリウッドは恐ろしいところだな。
And that's why he wedged a shrunken head against the accelerator pedal and punted the two of you over an escarpment?
I overheard Junie speaking to him on the phone a couple of times. Screaming, really. She can be very hard sometimes, Junie. But they seemed okay yesterday, like they worked it out.
I know what happened to you,
これで確信に迫れるな。
exactly
ビショップ、お前の悪事はバレている。あとはこの子の自白だけだ。
It's really difficult to think of anything.
くそ、また隠し事か。
Someone tried to kill you, Jessica. Do you get it? Forget about being in movies. It's time to act like a grown-up.
子供はこれだからダメだ。ことの重要さが分かってない。
There were lights, a camera. It's not my fault. I'm not a bad girl.
残念だがお前は極悪人だ。これだけ手間を取らせやがって。
Thank you, Jessica. You've been a big help. Here's my card. If you think of anything or you need some help, just get in touch, okay?
Okay.
I think it might be a good idea if you went back home till you felt better, Jessica.
I couldn't do that, officer. What if I got the part and I wasn't there?
自分のことで精一杯か。
It's the tale of this town, Cole.
素直じゃない子供だったな。あれはいかんだろ。
Must be your lawyer. He certainly expedited her release.
I don't like it, Cole. Why is she in such a hurry? We should follow her.
もろバレしてないかこれ。
There she goes. Come on.
良い展開だ。何かしら急ぐ理由があるのだろう。
Ballard is definitely up to something.
Easy, Cole. Better back it off.
とりあえず、尾行がバレなくてよかった。ちょっと覗いてくるよ相棒。変な意味はないからなマジで。
This is a tasty burger.
びっくりした。見つかったかと思った。
Baby? No! I don't want him taught a lesson. You know what I want. You still know people out here, don't you? Then make some calls. I'm going to be very clear about this. You get this done, or I'm... Wilson's Hotel. Mr. Mark Bishop, that son of a bitch, lives in apartment 803. Sure, I got the film.
ベイビーって言ってたし、電話相手は赤ちゃんかな。なんであんなに怒ってるんだろう。少しは多めに見てあげればいいのに。ロリコンビショップの家に行くか、今の盗み聞きで、住所は買ったしね。
Do we know where we're going?
相棒、運転してくれ。ゆっくりは少し寝るから。
So what's the story? I'm guessing she didn't
くれ
stop
ぐ
for
れ
like
も安全
refreshments.
運転で頼むよ。報告書に響くから。
I've got an address. Wilson's Hotel, apartment 803.
Oh shit, you better step on it.
If he's got any sense, he'll be as far away from home as possible.
If he had any sense, he wouldn't have tried bumping off Guy McCaffrey's wife in the first place. Or he'd done the job properly. McCaffrey will break a fella's legs just for looking at his problem.
What did you make of the kid? You believe her story?
I think she was doped out of her tiny mind and given the casting couch. That fucking bitch Ballard sold her out.
So if Ballard was doing someone a favor, why did they try to kill her?
All units in the vicinity in car 11K, 11 King, a 415 in progress at apartment 803.
あれ、これビショップの家じゃないか。やばいな、急がないと。
Westlake Park, 11K code 3. All other units code 2.
急げ相棒、今がチャンスだぞ。
Roger, KGPL. 11K en route.
All units in the vicinity in car 11K, 11 King, a 415 in progress at apartment 803, Wilson's Apartment Hotel, 1220 West 7th Street, Westlake Park. 11K code 3. All other units code 2. KGPL clear.
「やっと着いたな。だが部屋まで行かないと。ゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴー。
I'm Detective Phelps. We received a call about a domestic disturbance in apartment 803.
Oh, the detectives. Listen, Mrs. Bishop's pretty upset. Take the elevator and then left down the corridor. It's the last door on the right.
ビショップの妻か。通報者はこの人だな。
Sounds like we're about to make it a hat trick of hysterical female
ビショッ
witnesses.
プ夫人も、くせ者そうだよね。だがゆっくりは屈しない。いつでも強気だよ。もしもし警察です。通報がありました。来ましたよ。もしもし。
LAPD, ma'am. Are you in danger?
I'm alright now. You just missed
逃げられたか。相棒、お前の運転がとろいからだぞ。
Mrs. Bishop. Gloria Bishop. Please, come in, officers.
ひどいありさま
I
だ
just
な。
need to sit down for a moment. Forgive me.
That's perfectly normal, ma'am.
Just look
今
at
そう
this
やって言ったじゃん。
We'll take a quick search of the premises, ma'am. You take a moment to gather your thoughts.
I will. Thank you, officer.
この中から、手がかりを探すのは大変だ。こうなってくると、手当たり次第だな。しかしいい部屋だな。さすが映画プロデューサーの家といったところか。
Presented to Mark.
何人で荒らせばこうなるんだ。一人二人じゃ済まないだろうね。お、高そうな指輪だ。これはいただき。そんなことはしません。
Doesn't give me anything to go on.
ひどいアングル。これは大金だ。前の事件の保険金が1万なんてのが可愛く見えるね。やっぱり現金ですよね。信用できるのは金だけです。
This doesn't pertain to the case.
何の写真だろう。
Looks like the old movie
すごい
set
セット
downtown.
だ。CG がない時代は、こうやって作ってたんだね。セットの模型かな。忠実にできているな。100点10。そうですね。75点ですかね。
Great Wall of Babylon. A replica of a replica.
This isn't what we're looking for.
おい相棒、なんか食べてる場合じゃないぞ。しっかりしろよ。もう食べ終えてるし。少しくらい残しとくというのが、親切ってものじゃないの。他に食い物はないかな。夫本来の目的を忘れてた。さっさと手がかりを探そう。これは、またシルバースクリーンか。ここに何かあるのは間違いないな。
My husband, Mark, and Marlon Hopgood, they work together on occasion. That's Hopgood's shop.
終わったか。スムーズに見つかったかな。さて、取り調べといきますか。
Those men, I think they work for Guy McAfee. Do you know the name?
No. Why should I?
June Ballard is married to Guy McAfee. Have you heard of her?
That slut.
仲悪いのか。女の世界怖すぎ。
Mrs. McAfee alleges that your husband tried to kill her and her friend last night. I think you should tell us what you know.
My husband's a movie producer. This has something to do with his new picture.
ハリウッドの裏世界を聞いてしまった。よく見ると、顔長いなこの人。
Your husband was using June Ballard in his new movie?
Hardly. Mark feels that June Ballard has limited range and is over the hill.
Where can we find your husband, ma'am?
He told me he would be on set. That's all I know.
セット、さっきの写真のところかな。
Either we find him or McAfee's people do, Mrs. Bishop. If you care for him, you should make sure that we find him first.
I do care for him. But I don't really know where
妻
he
なのに
goes.
隠し事されてるとか、どうなのそういうの。
Why is your husband paying Lorna Hopgood
ゴプグッと、た
$20,000?
まに耳にするな。こいつも重要人物か。
Are you sure?
You're lying, Mrs. Bishop. It's some kind of payoff. You know exactly what the money is for and who it's getting paid to.
Do I? Would you like to prove that, detective?
Your husband looks like he's being blackmailed. They obviously have something on him if he's prepared to kill to cover it up. Why is the payment going to Hopgood and not McAfee?
Lorna works at a check-cashing place in Hollywood. You need to ask Hopgood why he needs that much money in cash.
この女もダ
Your
メだな。
husband is in
なんで
trouble.
こう、
It could go
嘘
easier
を
for
聞
him
く
if you
の
were more
だ。
helpful, Mrs. Bishop.
嘘というか、
He's a
ごま
big
かしとい
boy
うか。
detective, and so are you. This is Hollywood. There's always a deal
あ
to
と
be
2パ
done.
ートで完結です。シルバースクリーンとかいう場所が怪しいんだよね。ちょっと場所を確認しよう。
Operator, give me R&I.
この交換手って仕事は、大変そうだな。
Phelps, 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need a location on a silver screen prop store.
Just a moment.
毎回、住所を細かく言わないけど、当時も実際そうだったのかな。そこのファミマの近くです。とか。今のカーナビも、目的地周辺に着きました。案内を終了します。とか言うけど、最後まで案内してほしい。初めて行く場所とかだと、周辺じゃわからないからね。そんなことどうでもいいか。さてシルバースクリーンに行きますか。女優として、演技が下手ってのは致命的なんじゃないかな。
You're behind the wheel.
シルバースクリーンにいるポプグッド、こいつは何者なんだろう。あれほどの大金をもらってるし、この事件にとっては、解決のキー人物かな。
She doesn't seem to realize how much trouble
あ
her
の子
husband
供
is
も
in.
そうだったけど、
The LAPD are the
隠
least of
し
their
事す
worries
る
right
って
now.
ことは、何かしら不都合な理由があるのだろう。
Maybe she's just
そう
loyal.
そう、今のマンションに初めて行くとき、到着が早ければ襲撃犯と戦います。今回戦えなかったのは、到着したのが遅かったからです。
A smoother ride with no engine.
ここがシルバースクリーンか、思ってたより小さいな。熊の剥製かな、大きい。
Phelps and Bukowski, LAPD. We're investigating the attempted murder of June Ballard and Jessica Hamilton.
Christ.
こいつがポプグッドか、前回のパートではポプグッドって言った気がする。そう言ってたらごめんなさい。
I got a little soundstage out back.
Lead the way.
オーディション室、ジェシカが妙な場所に連れて行かれたと言ってたけど、きっとそこのことだろう。それにしても、すごいなここ。甲冑とか剥製とか、すべて映画に使うんだろうね。あれは背景かな。
Keep him here, Stefan. I'm gonna take a look around.
What's this got to do with me?
Don't try my patience, knucklehead.
さて、手がかりを探すとするか。メイク部屋かな。テーブルの上、少し整理しろよ。衣装もたくさんある。ここはトイレか。特に何も見つからない。あれ、この鏡、反対側のトイレにもあったよな。
Why would I want to do that?
Humor him.
One-way mirrors.
何？反対側はトイレじゃないのか。隠し部屋を探すとしよう。
Find a way into that peep tent, Phelps. I'll stay here and keep
これは見たことあるような。フェルプスが滑ったモノマネした時に、似たようなの使ってたね。今思うと、なんであんなことしたのだろう。ここにもある。隠し部屋があるのは分かったけど、他に何かないのかな。ああ、新聞だ。
Listen, I have to call you back. I got some business here.
Sit down, Courtney. This is Mickey. Mickey, this is Courtney Sheldon. What would you like to drink?
Scotch. Straight up.
I hear you're back at school learning to be a doctor, kid.
Yes. That's right, Mr. Cohen.
So you want to be a doctor and a dope peddler. Interesting combination, huh?
Do we have a problem, Mr. Cohen?
We might have, yeah. Selling your dope to my boy Lenny looked like a good move, but Lenny has been supplying, wholesale, so to speak. The Bindle boys in this town aren't used to the juice without a little of the middleman taking his cut.
Lenny promised that wouldn't happen, Mr. Cohen. And Lenny works for you.
What can I say about Lenny? Let me think. Oh yeah, he's a putz. And he's lazy, and he's greedy, but he's my wife's brother. How can you make a cake with those ingredients, huh?
So how is that my problem, Mr. Cohen?
Well, kid, the only way we're going to be able to make this work is to do some repackaging. We need to get the dope out of those dinky little cardboard boxes and...
Surrettes.
Yeah, surrettes. Right. We can put it into a big vat so we can water it down a little bit.
I won't bore you with the chemistry, but it doesn't work that way. You're likely to kill even more people.
Okay, listen. We want to buy you out, kid. I'll offer you 50 grand. Hey, hey! You don't like my offer? The Sheldon kid? I think I want him dead.
こっちもこっちで、地味に展開進んでるんだね。全部取り逃さず見てるかは、自信ないけど。よく見ると、さっきあった生首がたくさんあるね。ここで作ってるのかな。特にこれ、まだ何も、書かれてないね。こっちは、なんとか民族みたいな感じ。まだある。あれ、この壁不自然だね。なるほど、そういうことか。なんだフェルプス、怒ってるのか。隠し部屋どころか、盗撮部屋だったか。ああ、これは隠し撮りファイルか。待て、中身はあるか。クソが、誰だ持って行ったのは、返せこの野郎。それは俺が後で見ようと。思ってないよ。そんな別に見たいとか思ってないし。これはどうだ？
Jungle Drums, 8th and Francisco. Attention, Mark Bishop.
違った。だが、手がかりにはなるな。盗撮したのを、壁に貼るなんて趣味悪すぎ。どれどれ、おおこれはなかなか。トイレも覗けるのかよ。変態の極みだな。ここの持ち主であるホプグッドは、死刑だな。これだけ手がかりがあれば、十分に裁けるが、もう少し見つけたい。 ここから、無駄な奔走をご覧ください。
If he really tried to kill McAfee's wife, my advice to him would be to leave town.
You're delivering props to Jungle Drums on 8th Street?
Bishop is using that old rundown wreck of a set. That place is dangerous. But it might be a good spot to hide.
要するに、そこにいるってことだな。変態野郎。今は見逃すが、後で逮捕に来るからな。こっちに来た理由は、まだ手がかり探しを諦めきれてないからです。やっぱりないか。よし、潜伏先に向かおう。なんかものすごい胸騒ぎがする。嫌な予感だ。
Detectives. Johnny Goldberg. You work for Mickey C.
That's right, detectives.
You wouldn't happen to know the guys who roughed up Mrs. Bishop earlier today by any chance?
No, not us. We don't do that kind of thing. It's the husband we'd like to talk to.
This is a police matter. You don't want to be taken in for obstruction of justice, do you, boys?
You could try the obstruction rap, but it won't stick. We could beat that.
You've had your 10 cents worth, gentlemen.
Bishop knows how the world works. Mrs. McAfee hits him up for a movie part. Happens every day. But Bishop takes it a step too far and tries to rub out Mrs. McAfee. Naturally, Guy is going to get upset.
What made you think Bishop would be here?
We figure he might be planning a little accident for Hopgood, too. Those two guys have got some unfinished business. You let us know if you find Bishop. Guy McAfee can be a very generous man.
I'm only going to warn you once, gentlemen. Stay out of this. This is a police matter. We will be bringing Mark Bishop into custody.
At least he's polite. Kind of dumb, but polite.
But I'm a lot less polite, you smug son of a bitch. So let me put it in ruder terms that even a pair of blockheads like you might understand. The only reason that you don't have bars on your windows already is because you're small fry. And we don't waste our time on small fry. You stay away from Bishop, and you stay away from me. Is that clear enough for you, asshole? Now run along back to your boss so we can pat you on the head and tell you what good boys you are.
なんだこいつは、どこかの組織の奴ららしいが、いきなり撃ってくるなんて過激なんだ。これ好きだな。ただ、もう相 かんぞ。車の荷台になってるし、完璧に待ち伏せだな。なんてこった。それに、あれはなんだ、短期間銃も持ってるぞ。ゆっくりは運転に集中する。銃撃は頼り合いぞ。よし、1台やったか。残り1台。クラクションうるせえ。やばいすぎ、一旦離脱だ。よし、車から降りたな。このまま突撃じゃー。でまた乗ってるし。くらえ。これはひどい。こっちが乗り上げた。横転させる予定だったのに。なかなかやるなこいつら。相棒頼む。さっさと仕留めてくれ。そういやお前の銃は回転式だったな。まさか、俺のリロードはレボリューションだ。とか言ってないだろうな。俺たちはバカだぞ。今がチャンスだ。さっさと当てろや。下手くそだなまったく。仕方ないから、角度変えてあげるよ。よし、やっと当てたな。よくやった。死んでるな。とんだ邪魔が入ったが、セットに向かおう。ゆっくりは疲れたから、運転頼む。いやー、それにしても、怪我なくてよかったよ。帰り討ちにしてやったがな。ビショップ、いろんなやつから狙われてるなんて、一体どんなやつなんだ。そうだね、その通りだね。うわーすごい、大きいな。このどこかに、ビショップはいるんだな。いよいよか。
There's the slippery bastard now.
No.
あいつか、身なりはかなり良いな。お前も逃げるタイプか。待ちやがれ。まさか、ここを走り回るのか。こいつに限らずだけど、逃げる犯人って足が速いね。うるせえ、変態の親玉ね。ポプグッドより変態なのは知ってるからな。階段きつそう。こんなボロボロな場所を走り回るなんて、おっかないな。今にも崩れそうだよ。うわーくそ、フラグ立てちまった。よしもうストイックか。やりやがったな、許せねえ。なら逃げるなよ。いい加減止まりなさい。すごい高い場所だな。落ちたらひとたまりもなさそうだ。追いかけてなければ、ゆっくり景色でも眺めたい。うわー危ね。あ、しまった。 ここからか。落ちるとは思わなかった。さて追いかけ直しか。はい、ワープ成功。カットとか早送りは考えてないと言いましたが、あれは嘘だ。死んだりして同じところは使わせていただきます。さて、そろそろこの追いかけっこも終わりにしたいね。
Mark Bishop, you're under arrest for the attempted murder of June Ballard and the rape and attempted murder of Jessica Hamilton.
All right, I'll come quietly. Just don't kill
お
me.
っさんか。よくこ
You
こまで
found me.
走
The
ったな。
McAfee's goons will too. Oh, we need to get out of here.
そんなこと言ってるそばから来たね。
All right, but you stay close. Any tricks, and I'll save McAfee's boys the trouble.
Follow me. I know another way out of this place.
本当だろうな。嘘だったらわかるよな。結構いるな。
Christ, detective, they're trying to kill me.
Last chance to back the
銃
hell
撃戦
down.
か。今回はかなり大規模になりそうだ。
It's this way.
もうここまで来たのかよ。
You hear me?
ああ、ライフルだ。これで100人力だな。
Kill them for God's sake. I don't want to die.
さあ、試し撃ちも兼ねて、やったのか。
LAPD, you're making a big mistake.
なんだろうこれ、N アンダーランドかと思ったけど、違う気がする。だけど気に入った。単発式なんだよね。はははははは、大爆発だこれは生かすぜ。
There's no way out of here. I thought you said you knew where you were going.
We have to jump for
さっ
it.
きからジャンプしまくってるがな。
God, they're everywhere.
Find some cover. Kill a cop.
久々にいるな。こんなに大量の敵を相手にするのも大変だ。どこだ？どこからだ？被弾音がするだけってのが一番怖い。いたな。強いなこれ。すごい。撃ったところにまっすぐ飛んでいく。邪魔だよ。お前が余計なことするからこうなったんだぞ。わかってるのか。
How long do you think you can hold out?
上か。上はまずい。これ、手が死ぬだろ。
Get him over here. I'll cover you.
どこにいた相棒。そんなことより、増援は助かる。
Get him, Phelps. I'll cover the exit.
うわ、たくさんいる。安定度まで作りやがって。
They're full of gasoline. Shoot
どこ
them
がよたにして、俺には見えない。
We're done.
足るなんて嫌い。反撃ぜ。 ああった。あれか。最高だぜ。
Follow me. We need to get him to the car.
よし、今がチャンスだ。まだいるのか。思っていたより多いな。 あれ、今なんか見えた。あった。これはトンプソンか。50発マガジンか。最高だな。
Get into the car. I can cover you from here. You're almost there.
Let's go. Stay with me.
警察か。撃つところだった。裏へ。 こ 晴らしい。これは素晴らしい。この勢いで、残りも締めてきてやろう。当たらんか。仕方ない。接近だ。あ、人の気奪いやがったな。
Now this is what I call a result. Mark Bishop, erstwhile film producer, an all-around piece of shit, catches a fast ticket to Quentin for snatch, rape, and attempted murder. So he gets to spend the next 15 years playing sissy instead of sticking it to little girls. That is justice for capital J, Detective Phelps. You developed such a reputation, I'm not going to be able to hold on to you any longer. You're getting promoted. Go on, get your new assignment. It was good working with you.
次は、どこに所属されるんだろう。相棒、俺はお前のおかげで、ておいなんだ、この感じは。誰だこいつ。どこかで見たような。
Phelps, Bukowski, this your work? Can I help you, detective?
Sorry, Cap. Didn't see you there.
Yeah, I'll bet you did. This is a traffic case. You need something?
I'm here to buy a drink for the 2 LAPD traffic cops who broke the back of Guy McCaffey's private army. You don't have a problem with that, do you, Captain?
Go right ahead.
Get in. I'm buying.
イエーイ、おごりだ。
You'll like this place. A lot of movie people hang out here. You like jazz, Cole? The hopheads love it.
Sure, I guess.
Big bands and swing I can understand, but this bebop palaver? They're supposed to dance to that. This is Phelps, Leroy. Be nice to him. You'll like this place. They treat you right.
You like a table, Roy?
What do you think we want to do? Stand at the bar like
I'll
chumps?
get a table ready for you.
Don't look so happy to see me, Alphonse. I might get the wrong impression. Cole, this is Alphonse. He's a French Negro from Africa. Can you beat that?
The Congo.
A pleasure to meet you, Alphonse. Is Elsa singing tonight?
Yes, she is. She has the next set.
Come on, Cole. You can meet Elsa while they're fixing us a table. You'll like her. She's something else.
Maybe another night, Roy. She's pretty beat up about it.
Get your hands off me. Don't ever tell me what to do or what not to do, Alphonse. You got a nice club here. Don't spoil it.
If you will follow me, detectives. Just through the door.
He was my only real friend, Harlan. We went through it all. Do you realize what he meant to me?
Of course I do.
You have no idea. You said it was construction work.
It was an industrial accident, Elsa. How can I be held responsible?
Elsa, are you going on?
Louis, for God's sake, he was my best friend. The only man who ever loved me without putting his hands on me.
Hi, Elsa. Here's someone I'd like you to meet. Cole Phelps, war hero and crime fighter extraordinaire.
And why would I want to meet another fascist from the LAPD?
Sorry about this, Cole. What an evening I'm having. First a Negro puts his hands on me, and then this. Who do you think you're talking to, you German junkie whore? Don't you ever forget your place with me again. Do you hear me? Evening, Doc. How's business?
Sanguine. Louis, help me here. I'm gonna have to give her something before her performance.
Blow it off, Cole. These artsy-fartsy types always get a little flighty. Meet Dr. Harlan Fontaine, doctor to the stars. Mr. Fix-It to the mental wreckage of Hollywood. So what about that drink, boys?
新聞記事に出てきた。医者も登場してきたね。物語が大きく動くかな。長いこの事件も、これにて一件落着。次は殺人家です。
All right, gentlemen, take your seats. Let's get this over before lunch. Clyde Rose of the Homicide Squad has decided to take early retirement. We will all miss Floyd and the steely edge he brought to his police work. The department has arranged a wee drink at the Galway Arms to quench the mighty thirst a man gets from 25 years of police work. Floyd's departure leaves a place at the top table, and the chief has seen fit to promote Cole Phelps from burglary to the homicide desk. Stand up, Phelps. Take a chair. You're in the major leagues now, Sonny. Rusty Galloway, a fine lawman of the old school, will be taking you under his wing. Your first case is the murder of a woman, found last night and bearing all the signs of the werewolf. Get out to the scene, lads.
次の相棒はおっさんか、元仇木かなんかは知らんが、せいぜい足手まといにならないように、してもらいたいところだな。それとこのおっさん、どこかで見たような、どこだったかな。そんなことより、今回の事件は殺人事件だ。気になるのは、ウェアウルフがどうとか言ってたが、まさか化け物が相手じゃないだろうな。ガバメントじゃ、人狼を倒すのは無理だろう。初期装備でトンプソンをくれ。さて、早速現場に向かうか。車が変わってるから運転してみよう。ああ、思い出した。最初の事件、銃を探せって人に押し付けて、さっさといなくなったやつだ。あの時にもう一人いたけど、確かそっちがフロイドって名前だったな。フロイドの代わりというのが、納得いかないが、仕方ない。おっさんよろしくな。
I didn't ask for you and I don't want you, so keep it to yourself. See if you can learn something about it.
方面に来るのは、初めてだ。しかし、良い車だな。ハンドリングが、今まで一番良い気がする。気がするだけかも。ウェアウルフは化け物じゃないのか。少し安心した。それは、ご苦労様です。
No, I don't. 90% of murders are domestic, Phelps. Some guy gets into a beef with his wife and takes it too far.
お店が多いね。移動中に風景眺めるのも、良い遊び方だよ。この時代が舞台のゲームは少ないしね。あるのかもしれないけど、ゆっくりはあまり知らないな。ハンドリングが良いと思ったのは、気のせいだったようだ。あれ、この道に目的地あるのかと思ったけど、間違った。日本向こうか。信号に一手を阻まれるとは。やっと着いた。現場は奥か。
How about a scoop for the Examiner, Galloway? You could use
有
some
名
good
なの
press.
か、このおっさん。
Is the werewolf back in business, boys?
Do you have a mother, asshole? A sister? How about showing some respect for this poor woman? Let us do our job, and Detective Galloway will give you a statement later.
He's good, Rusty. He even sounds genuine.
That's Phelps, guys. The war hero. Defending the honor of murdered humps.
You're used to it, Phelps. Move it along, guys. You got your pictures, you got your headlines. Now scram.
フェルプスのことも知ってるとは、メディアが恐ろしいのは、昔からなんだね。じゃあ、死体なんて今更ならないよ。しかし、これはひどいな。紐くらいまたげや。
Yes, sir. Well, part of it. Kids park here, they use it like a lover's lane. It's a working neighborhood. Some trouble, but nothing like this. It's known locally as the Moors.
You were first on the scene?
Yes, Detective.
No one's disturbed the body?
No, sir. We cleared out them vulture reporters so Pinker and the coroner could work. They're waiting to talk to you.
Go house to house and see what you come up with.
ここに血がある。死体からは、結構は慣れているけど。これは、靴跡
What can you tell
か。
me about the shoe prints?
Men's size 8.
サイズ8って何センチだ。わからない。
Cause of death?
近くで見ると、かなりむごいな。頭えぐれてますやん。
Force injury to the face.
なるほど、凶器はバールのようなものか。これでだいぶ絞れたな。次世代ゲーム機は、匂いまで再現、なんでもないです。この傷は何だろう。強盗殺人か。それかただ目についたから、持って行ったのかな。今の状況じゃさっぱりだ。これもひどいな。何の意味だろう。ヒントを残すなんて、バカなやつだ。必ず捕まえて牢屋じゃなくて射殺してやる。こんな殺され方、かなり憎まれてたのかな。ブラックダリア、来る途中、おっさんがそんなこと言ってたっけ。
Either way, I'll run tests on the lipstick.
Any idea of the time of death?
From the temperature, I'd say after midnight. I'll confirm with you later.
すごいな検視官、頼りになります。これは何だろう。ブラシか、この女性の持ち物かな。こっちのバッグは、女性のものだろう。このリップは、残念、そう簡単にはいかないか。もっと有益な手がかりが欲しい。これじゃ、次に発展できない。これは一体。地球儀か、どうすればよいのかは、すぐにわかったが、頑張れフェルプス。指揮所、何がピタゴラ装置じゃ。これは似ても似つかんぞ。バンバクラブ、どこだそこは。とりあえず手がかりにはなりそうだ。それに、これで手がかりも集め終わったみたいだね。このおっさん、バンバクラブに聞き込みじゃなくて、酒飲み目的で行こうとしてるのか、後で上司に言いつけてやる。元相棒で、早期退職したフロルドの後を追うんだな。この車かっこいいね。これにしよう。
Great. How are we gonna look getting around in this thing, Cole?
The werewolf?
かっこいい車乗ってたら、気分も良くなってきたよ。言いつけはなしにしといてやる。
Big head to hang on your wall. Caller of the decade.
今の女性は、スケーターかなんかかな。どうでもいいか。
There's a difference, Rusty.
Oh, yeah?
I just started working it today.
Okay, oddshot. What's more likely? The werewolf comes back around
しかし、ひどい交通ルールだ
Clearly
ね。
has a thing for
全く
power.
もってアホばかりだ。
Why not power over the police department as well?
Let me finish, Phelps. A guy opens his mouth again after 6 months of stewing. Or some opportunist who's been reading about the DVD figures he'll rip off the MO and get himself a freebie.
That's not totally fantastical.
You know, the Examiner and the Daily News might be good at coming up with monikers, but they're terrible for police. There's a reason we didn't get the son of a bitch after the short murder. It was them, locusts.
Where do you think the werewolf killer is now?
Dead by his own hand, stationed somewhere else with the armed forces. San Quentin, another town, another country, who knows? So, Phelps, I understand you want to turn this into a big case, but it doesn't work like that, all right? A case will come and find you. You can't make it something it ain't, understand?
So you don't think the werewolf has continued to operate in the Los Angeles area?
No chance. We would have found him.
-警察もかなり行き詰まってるみたいだね。さて、バンバクラブに着きました。
Gentlemen, what can I get you? Phelps and Galloway, LAPD. Were you working here last night? Yes. How can I help, officer? You can start with your name. Garrett Mason. You're the regular bartender on nights? I'm a temporary barman.
こんな仕事あるのか。まるで、バーテン界の妖精だな。バーテンって事件に巻き込まれやすいのかな。それって、非常に危険ですよ。なんだっけ今の、どこかの自称元傭兵の口癖だったっけ。非常に危険ですよ。まあいいや。
I would.
He sits at the back of the club. Wears a hibiscus. You can't miss him. Is there anything else?
よくわからないが、手がかりになりそうな人物がいるんだな。聞き込んでくるとしよう。こいつだな。
Detective Phelps, LAPD. We're investigating the murder of Celine Henry. Do you know her?
Celine? Christ. Sure I know her. She and I and Jacob, her husband, we go way back.
She was here last night?
Sure, she's a regular. Celine is... was a...
だった、とは、なかなか格好つけた言い方だな。早速だが、聞き取り開始するよ。
Not at first. Celine already had quite a head start.
But she attracted attention?
Certainly. A few gentlemen became very enamored with her and her stories. One guy in particular.
被害者にも問題はありそうだな。恨みを買うタイプか。まあ殺しはいかんがな。
You know him?
No. He's been in a couple of times.
Did they leave together?
Yes. At around 11.
おそれはなかなか準備がいいな。てか、なんでそんなの控えてんだよ。なんでもいいか。こっちとしては助かるし。
I think this could be a great help, sir. Thank you. Mrs. Henry appeared to be missing a ring, torn from her finger, but not her wedding finger.
Celine always wore a red garnet ring on the large side.
だからこいつは、なんでいちいち格好をつけるんだ。
Did she have it a long time?
Sure. Since way back in her flight.
Tiffany. The rest of the stuff is junk.
中身がないね。この写真、クラブで聞き込んだ時に、非行家だったって話を聞いたけど、本当だったね。それに指輪、 盗まれたのはこれだなきっと。さっき窃盗家に電話しろとか言われたけど、それより先にジェイコブのところに行くか。ジェイコブって聞くと、トワイライトの登場人物を連想する。しかもトワイライトのジェイコブは人狼だし、この事件と少し共通点ある。ここか、アパートっていうと2階建てイメージだったけど、なんか崩れたよ。突入するのか。よし、本気出すか。ダイナミックお邪魔します。
Jacob Henry?
Yeah. Who's asking?
LAPD. You're under arrest for the murder of your wife, Celine Henry.
Murder?
こいつがジェイコブか。まあ疑われるのは仕方ないが、まさかおっさん、犯人と決めつけているとは。
What the hell are you talking about? You come in here, you tell me that Celine is... Take a seat, Mr. Henry. We're gonna have a look around, then we'll talk. Jesus, I'm sorry.
まさか本当に知らないのか。待て、そう簡単に騙されるな。見極めるんだ。とりあえず、物色させてもらおう。これでリップの一つでも出てくれば、犯人という確率が高まるんだがな。ジェイコブが犯人ではないとすれば、他に怪しいのは誰だ？バンバクラブにいた人か？それは違う気がする。なんだフェルプス、お絵描きタイムか。おやおや、これは隠し文字だな。英語読めん、わからん。フェルプス頼む、お願いだから、もっと素早く頼む。頼むフェルプス。やっとか、内容はどうかな。
The oldest problem there is, what to do about the old lady.
どういうことだ？よくわからないな。ただ、今のは殺害予告らしい。これが釘バットとかなら面白いのに、家の中に釘バットとか、世紀末の話かもしれんが。おお、まさかサイズ8か。11かーい。8じゃないのか残念。手がかり集め終わりか。ジェイコブが殺したという、証拠になりそうな手がかりは見つからなかった。どの道、取り調べはしますがね。
So who could have killed Celine? Where did she go last night, Jacob?
A bar, I suppose. Look, I don't know.
ジェイコブ、ここで嘘をつくと後で不利になるからな。どれだ？だけど、これっぽいんだよね。これを選びたいんだけど、悩む、なぜだ？なんだ、カカ、真面目に悩んでるのに、やめろ、邪魔だ。うわぁ、かゆい、かゆい、やめてー。
You know where she went, Jacob. You're
よ
lying.
し、
Why
い
would I
なく
help
な
you
っ
if
た
you
か。
keep lying to
だ
me?
が、集中途切れた。
I'm telling you, I don't know.
これじゃあ。
You know she went to the Bomber Club.
The bartender there. He calls me if things are getting out of hand, and I go, and I
bring her home. He called me last night. I said no. Phone rang a couple more times after that. I ignored it. I'm gonna have to live with that.
よし、正解だ。
When did you last see your wife, Mr. Henry?
Last night. I went to see her. We talked. Things got a little out of hand. I left.
さあこれはどうだ？ ガンには大体信用できる。
Last saw your wife alive?
Look, I'm sorry. I left. Maybe 9 p.m.
大丈夫かこれ。不安定だ
Might
な。
have been a little later, but right around 9.
ああ、正解か。よかった。
Why did you kill her, Jacob? Things will go better if you come clean about it.
責めるなフェルプス。
That's a lousy
しっ
thing to
かり
say.
相手の反応を伺お
I
う。
never gave up on my wife.
割と冷静だな。だが、これが逆に疑わしい。メモ泳いでるし、真実ってことはないだろう。このメモ、そういや殺害予告だったな。突きつけてみる
I
か。
don't believe you, Jacob. I think you didn't have the guts to do it yourself, so you had someone else do it.
You want to back that up with something, Big Mouth?
証拠を見せろ。このセリフを待ってたよ。これが証拠だ。
The note by the phone suggests you meant her harm.
You want the truth? Truth is, I was sick to death of her. I was trying to have her committed.
We're still going to need you to come downtown, Mr. Henry.
We can get this all down on paper, Jacob. How you got fed up with your wife and how you figured killing her would bury all your troubles.
Kill my own wife?
She was a lush and a tramp, and you just couldn't stand it anymore.
Shut your goddamn mouth.
So now you're gonna tell me you loved her?
それは言い過
The
ぎじゃ。
DA goes all gooey over remorse, Jacob.
わお、やりやがった。さて、久々の格闘対決か。燃えるぜ。
Call it in and get a squad car
おっさんの言い
dispatch.
過ぎだったが、手を出すのはいけないな。しかし、ジェイコブ、お前弱かったぞ。ジェイコブ、殴りかかってきたのは、それはそれで罪になるのに、バカな男だ。早速チクってやるか。
KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
今、窓に何かいた気がするが、気のせいか。気のせいだな。一応、頭殴られたし、そのせいかも。よし、ジェイコブ用の護送車は確保できた。検視官から伝言、
Yes, ma'am.
なんだろう。
Carruthers,
It's Phelps.
I've completed the autopsy.
それはあったね。頭えぐかったしね。
Closest match would be a
これ
socket
も
wrench handle.
バールのようなものに含まれるのかな。
No, the blows to the head surprisingly were not fatal. Death was from hemorrhage and shock from the fractured ribs
な
and
るほ
multiple
ど、
injuries
頭
caused
の
by
打
the
撃より、こっちの方が致命傷だったのか。踏みつけといっても、強力な踏みつけあるしな。例えば、
no trace of semen in the anus, vagina, or stomach.
今みたいなのとか。
Thanks, Doc.
犯人がわかった。ク
Operator,
リス
give me
か、
R&I.
クリス・レッドフィールドだな。人を殺すほどの踏みつけできるのは、クリスしかいない。間違いない。冗談はほどほどにして。てか、今のところ結構大事なこと言ってたけど、思いっきり邪魔しました。すいません。
One, Detective. From Captain Donnelly. He wants any and all suspects returned to Central.
Interviews to be set up immediately.
Got it. We're coming in.
ジェイコブの取り調べか。こいつが本当に犯人なのだろうか。行っちゃった。護送車運転したいな。車は、こっちでいいや。
You know the way. You can drive.
And where exactly are we going?
Brother said she took a real pounding.
かなりの暴力か。
Maybe if he had been a little firmer in the beginning, wouldn't be in this situation now.
I imagine that Neanderthal routine is a big hit with the ladies, Galloway.
Women love me, Phelps. I have no complexity. They know exactly what they're gonna get.
Car 11K, come in.
11K, go ahead.
License plate 2boy88.
ああそうだ。さっきナンバーも聞いといたんだった。早い返事だな。メンデス、つかない名前だ。こいつが犯人か。証拠は何もないけど。
He could be at that, but you don't want to cross the skipper, Phelps. Not a great move at the first day. He wants Henry re-interviewed.
First-rate automotive gas and oil products. And you can...
ただいま取り調べしに来ました
We have a firm lead, Captain.
Are you questioning my
おっ
judgment,
と
Bullfrog?
これは誰だっけ
Good. I thought not. Jacob Henry is a sub-sister pushed around by his wife. I think with the right kind of persuasion, he might be prepared.
自白させるのか良いやり方ではないな。メンデス、こいつのことも調べたい。どうしよう。
Galloway agrees with me.
Don't drag me into this.
おいおっさん裏切るなよ。クラブで仕事サボって、酒飲んだことばらすぞ。
Let's liberate a confession from poor Jacob, and the public will sleep easier tonight. Run along now, Phelps. I've warmed them up nicely for you.
くそー、仕方ない。とりあえずやるか。
Doesn't look good, Jacob. You're in a big jam here. You lie to me, and I can't help you out. Do you understand me?
Yes.
さて、二度目だな。
I'm a mechanic.
凶器はこの仕事じゃなくても手に入るだろう。これだけじゃ疑えない。
So you have access to tools.
Yes, I do.
Your wife was brutally beaten with a socket
あ
wrench
れフェ
handle,
ルプ
then
ス、
stomped to
めっ
death.
ちゃ
How
疑
do
っ
you
て
think
ます
that
やん。
looks, Jacob?
I was home in bed.
お前もわかりやすいな。なんで動揺してるんですかね。もちろん信用はしないが、証拠はあったかな。とりあえず、疑っとく
You were
か。
at home in bed while your wife was putting out to some stranger? What kind of man are you, Jacob, that you allow that?
You son of a bitch. You got no right talking about my wife like that.
しまった。出だしから失
You
敗
did
か。
it. Everything points to you. What does
完
text
全
mean?
に自白に追い込んでるな。
I don't know
怖い
what you're
警
talking
察。
about.
I need a reason to believe you, Jacob.
You want a confession?
そうだ。
That's what
そ
you
の
want?
通りだ。
That's exactly
さっさと自白しやがれ。そういやおっさん、殴られた時も、その後も冷静だったな。意外とかっこいいところあるんだね。
And everything's roses. And then there's the other. Where one person loves the other more than life itself and always puts them first. Chumps like me. Who love them no matter what, no matter how
要す
badly
る
they
に
behave.、
俺は犯人じゃねえと言いたいんだな。そうだろうな。誰も捕まりたくないだろ
I
う。
love my wife. And I'll
な
take
か
any
なか
test
かっ
you
こい
got.
いじゃねえか。
Your marriage was over. You took her in and she threw it back in your face. You didn't go over there to hurt her. It just got out of hand.
It's not how it was.
目が泳いでる。ここで一つ、試したいことがある。一度使った証拠は、また使えるのかな？やってみるか。外すともったいないけど、今後も使えるし、試すのは悪いことじゃない気がする。使いたい証拠はこれ。殺害予告メモ。前回使った時は正解だったね。よし、やってみるか。
My marriage wasn't violent. Cold, sick, painful sometimes, maybe, but not violent.
やっぱりか。まあ仕方ない。最後はしっかり当てよう。
What? What are you talking about? I've got a key. Why would I need to break in?
ああそうだった。忘れてた。家荒らしの件もあったか。まあ犯人は同一人物だろうけど。ここは当てに行きます。
What are you talking about?
Her prized garnet ring, given to her by her old boyfriend, Dick McCall.
I never knew that.
なんだか、ジェイコブがかわいそうになってきた。もう楽にしてやろう。
I never knew that.
そう言うと、フェルプスは、銃のセーフティーレバーを下ろし、引き金を。
We'll do the detective work, lunkhead. Just answer the questions.
聞くことはなく収めた。そして正解だった。よかった。半分か。ダメだな。
You failed me, son.
We have another lead, Captain. This guy Mendez could be our man.
I hope so, fellas. I really hope so.
なんだこいつ。ならお前やれや。こうなってくると、メンデスのところに行くしかない。そいつが犯人だということを祈ろう。
You can drive.
おっさん、新しい車だぞ。運転は頼む。
Police.
Alonzo Mendez. Sound like a man who moonlights as the werewolf?
Don't sound like a man I'd let my daughter anywhere near.
You've got a daughter.
Spend enough time drinking, Cole, you'll find yourself with any number of things you don't want when you're sober.
So that's why you never sober up.
Exactly.
よし着いた。新しい車の乗り心地は、まあまあです。部屋はどこじゃ
ー Mendez, apartment 16.
なんかあった。
Here, the apartment's up on the top floor.
最上階か。やはり、こいつが犯人なのかな。だいたいラスボスがいるのって、最上階だしね。またダイナミックか。おっさん過激だな。留守か。なら余計にチャンスだ。綺麗なキッチン来たー。やっぱりこうでないと、汚いところでご飯作るなんて嫌だからね。そうじゃなくて、手がかり。あの箱はなんだ？お、銃だ。ガバメントだな。フェルプスとお揃いだ。これはまさか。 これだな。いきなり最高の証拠を見つけた。メンデスが犯人だな。レンチが血まみれだ。これはリップか、被害者に書いたものだろう。
We have the murder weapon. Better get Pinker down here.
Why keep it? Why not throw it away?
Think these clowns are geniuses? Thank your stars you caught a break. Captain Donald will begin to like you.
Hey, what gives?
メンデスはお前か。だったら逮捕だ。また逃げたか。追いかけるのは辛いよ。待て待てー。おい、冗談だろ。登れないのかこれ。よし登れた。危うく逃げられるかと思った。やばいな。思ったより距離あるかも。あんなところにいる。あれ、どこ行った？車で逃げたか。ナイスおっさん、いいタイミング。さて、ここからが勝負だ。車はこっちのが早いな。追いつけそうだ。
Cole, spin him out.
こんな道あるのか。地元民しか知らないだろ。
I got an idea. Get him next to my window, Cole. Keep me alongside his vehicle and I'll stop the son of a bitch.
よし、おっさんの射撃能力、見てやるぜ。大概だ。
Don't go to sleep on me. Get me back in close.
いいところなのに。今回、一般市民すげえ邪魔だな。全く動きしないだろ。
Keep it steady and I'll try to bust his tires.
イエーイ、素晴らしい。犯人生きてんのかこれ。
You're under arrest for the murder of Celine Henry.
I ain't saying a goddamn.
しかも無傷か。サイボーグかよ。
You did a grand job, lads. Phelps, that's quite a way to acquit
なん
yourself
なん
in your
だ。
first outing
随
as a
分手の
homicide
ひら返し
investigator.
だな。
It seems the city has a new and vengeful guardian. Considering the evidence against your suspect and the thoroughness with which a report was compiled, I foresee a safe passage through the course.
自白に追い込もうとしてたやつが、よく言うぜ。
Brutality on a scale such as this deserves retribution. The people and the press of this city.
酒か、もらっといて。いらんわそんなもん。最初から欲しくなんかないんだから。今回の事件、ジェイコブがかわいそうだったね。それと TEX やブラックダリアとは何だったのか、すっきりしない終わり方。とりあえず、これにて一件落着。
Galloway. Got it, Skipper. Yeah, I'll bring him. He's my partner, after all. What we got? New case. White female dumped in plain sight in the grass at the end of Hill Street. Hacks are all over it. Captain's trying to fend them off.
That sounds awfully similar.
The first rule of police work is make no assumptions until you've seen the evidence. Skipper wants you to have your newspaper face on, college boy. I think I know the place where they found the lady.
マスコミに好まれるのかな。交通課にいた時は気にならなかったけど、いたのかもしれない。急ごうとか言ってる割に歩いてますやん。まあ急いでも仕方ないしね。ほどほどが大切かな。良い天気だ。絶好の操作日和だな。なおさん。気分も良いし、まずはじめに、これをいただこう。逃げられたか。操作妨害だな許さん。煽ってやるか。
You did a decent job on the Henry case, Phelps. Not bad for your first time at that.
やっぱいや、目的地はこっちだし、ゆっくりは大人だし、車くれなかったくらいで、怒ったりしないよ。
No assumptions until we see the evidence, right?
Right. See, I knew you were a fast learner.
何しやがる。前見て運転しろや。赤ちゃんからやり直せ。この野郎。
Right. See, I knew you were a fast learner, Phelps. We might get along after all.
ありがとうおっさん。これからもよろしくな。目的地はこの上か。どうやって行こうかな。ドライブも兼ねて、遠回りするか。急がば回れって言葉もあるし。そこ曲がって上がれそうだ。ミスった。乗り越えられなかったか。なんかもう、めちゃくちゃだな。よし、でも目的地はすぐそこだ。住宅街かなここは。それにしても、うちの地元より都会なんだけど、これ70年前なんだよね。
Now, boys, you know as much as I do. I'll be holding a press conference once the autopsy's been completed. I have two of my finest investigators on the case, fresh from bringing down the sword of justice on the crazed sex...
Captain, aren't there similarities between this murder and the murder of Celine Henry? And of Elizabeth Short, for that matter?
So you don't believe there's a crazed sex killer at large preying on women?
Boys, be sensible. We have the greatest police force in all the world, but the greatest scientific investigators at our disposal. How can any killer continue to beat that? Be advised. We keep the gas chamber at San Quentin primed for the sons of Cain who continue to believe they can take a life in the City of Angels.
Yeah, right. Any new leads in the Dahlia case?
Run along, boys, and let these officers get to work. We have God's work to do here, and it can't be delayed.
What do we have, Captain?
Another woman sacrificed. Speak to Carruthers. I want daily reports, gentlemen.
大口叩いたが、やるのはこっちなんだから、勘弁してほしいよ。
I was first on scene.
You find her, Gonzalez?
Not me.
あれ、この人前にもあったっけ？そんな気がする。
It's under the pepper tree, this way.
多分、警察署近くの崖から、車がダイブした時に、現場にいたと思う。
Can't be much help to you, Phelps.
あれか、さて、手がかりを見つけるとするか。 頭からの出血かな。血がすごい。締めた後か、随分力任せにやった感じだ。また指輪がない。なるほど、結婚指輪なんて、盗んだところで何するんだろうか。踏みつけ跡か、指輪の強奪の仕方といい、踏みつけといい、前回との共通点がいくつかあるね。
Looks like she was tied up. It does at first, but that would leave a mark on her other wrist too. I think her watch might have been.
強盗殺人かこれは。時計をもぎ取るってどういうことだろう。周囲を探してみよう。靴跡か、死体の周りが特に多いね。被害者のバッグかな。中身はどれどれ。なんだこれ、ディアドリモラーって誰だ？被害者の名前なのか、これだけじゃわからんような。こっちはお金か。確かにそうだね。装飾だけ奪うってのも、変な話だ。よし、手がかり集め終了。
Similar MO.
To what? The Dahlia? I don't think so.
Celine Henry.
That's a closed case. This is probably another sad sack who lost his temper with a broad who wouldn't put out.
Are you a suspect, Rusty?
Watch your mouth, Phelps. All I'm saying is we got enough to do without reopening closed cases.
Talk me through it, Mal.
Severely battered, on display. Footprints would indicate that she has been stomped. Size of the footprints would seem to indicate a smallish men's shoe. What size shoe did Mendez wear?
You finished?
No, I'm not. At a glance, I would say strangulation was the cause of death. I'll need to do further tests for semen.
Angry boyfriend. If they were married, they'd be at home. Not humping out here in Lover's Lane.
おっさんどうした？なんで怒ってんだ？さっきの名前は、被害者の名前だったのか。そして、夫から失踪届が出されたと。夫が怪しいかはわからないけど、とりあえず、住所もわかったことだし、話を聞きに行くか。車はこれでいいや。おっさんに運転してもらおう。
How are we gonna look getting around in this thing, Cole?
There still might be some play in the boyfriend angle.
I thought we were on our way to lock up the husband.
If it doesn't work out, then.
Deirdre Muller has suffered enough. More than enough. You shouldn't make disparaging comments about her without even the slightest inkling of what she was like.
She was a woman, wasn't she? Around about my third divorce, I realized women might not be the pure angels we imagine. You're married, ain't you, Phelps?
Don't make any insinuations about my wife.
Hey, she's a woman.
She's the mother of my children.
You're a father, Cole? But don't tell me your eye don't bend.
This conversation.
しかしおっさん、機嫌が悪いな。何か嫌なことでも思い出したのか、やる気がなくなったのか、はたまたアルコールが切れたのか、どうしたのだろう。ここか、なんとも言えない家だ。こんにちは。嘘だろ、夫は女性だったのか、なんてこった。なわけないか、娘とかその辺だろう。
Michelle Eloise Mahler?
Can we come in?
I suppose so.
Thank you. Could you have a seat for me, Michelle? We're gonna have a look around.
おっさんはやる気ないし、軽く見て回るか。ここは寝室かな。バイオリンだ。せっかくだし、フェルプスに1曲やってもらいましょう。今日は調子が悪いとのことです。何も見つからない。靴か、サイズは。8か、サイズ的にはそんなに大きくないのかな。こっちも8だろう。そりゃそうだよな。サイズが違う方がおかしい話だ。これは何だろう。盗まれたのはこれかな。こっちは、指輪ケースかな。中身なしか、これも盗まれたものだろう。これでおしまいか。有力な情報は得られなかったけど、靴のサイズは大事か。小さい子だし、お母さんが帰らないとなると、心配だよね。だけど、君のママは二度と帰ってきません。あーごめん、そんなつもりじゃ。
Do you think you could answer a few questions for us?
Try.
立ち直り早いな。
Some of your mother's jewelry was missing. Can you describe her things?
Ring, a watch. I never paid much attention to that stuff.
一瞬目をそらす動作あると、すごい疑ってしまう。
Amy chose it herself. A rose gold wedding band and a matching diamond and ruby engagement ring.
She wore a watch?
Yes.
化粧台にあったのもエルジンの時計だったね。
I had a fight. It was kind of a makeup present.
When did you last see your mother?
Yesterday afternoon. I went to a dance at Belmont High.
この子高校生なのか、せいぜい中学くらいかと思ってたけど。
So what did you do then?
I was upset. Daddy came instead.
And did he come and get you?
Of course. Some boys offered me a ride home, but
おっとこれは、モテアピールか。まあモテるのは、良いことなんじゃないかな。
I don't know. I called and called and finally he answered. He came straight away then.
なんだと、子供に騙されたのか、今のは疑うべきだったのかな。悔しい。
What are you saying? Of course they are.
これは嘘くさいな。これくらいわかりやすいと良いんだけど。
They weren't happy, were they, Michelle? Did your father ever hit your mother?
Just once. She said she would leave him if he ever did it again. I bought her a brooch pin to make up for it. And they always wore her golden butterfly.
現場にはそんなものなかったな。
Thanks, Miss Mueller. You've been very brave.
Hey! What gives?
Daddy, the police
Go to your
are
room,
here.
please, Michelle. I'll talk to the police.
Daddy, Mommy is gone.
Go to your room, young lady. She's not even out of school. You can't come in here interrogating her like she's
Your
some
wife
kind
was
of...
found murdered this morning.
Found? What? But she only...
We have
お
some
やおや
questions
これは
that we
こ
would
れ
like
は
to ask
うちのギャロウェイが
Sure, yeah.
あなたを殺人犯と言っています。てなわけで2連戦目といき
What
ま
size
す
shoe
か
do。you wear, Mr. Mueller?
Why do you ask?
It's routine, sir. Simple process of elimination.
9s, I think.
あれ、それはおかしいな。部屋に転がってたのは8だったのに。なぜ嘘をつくんだ。
Why are you lying to me, Mr. Mueller?
Why would I lie to you at a time like this?
じゃあこれは何なんだ。
That's fine.
答えてみ
The
ろ。
work boots we found here are size 8s. Why lie about it if you've got nothing to hide?
Because I always get teased about the size of my feet. You know, small feet, small...
こいつはこれがコンプレックスなのか。開始数分で弱みを握ってしまった。
You phoned
こ
in a
っち
missing
の流
persons
れだ
report
な
this。morning?
Yeah, that's right. My wife didn't come home last night. She left around 9:30. Michelle was out at dance. She called me to let me know that Deidre didn't turn up.
奇妙な動きしやがって。癖なのか、嘘なのか、どっちか見分けつかない。こういうのが一番難しい。わかりやすい証拠があれば、迷わず反証なんだけど、今回はそういったものがあるわけじゃないからね。ダメだ。会話を読み直すか、見当がつかない。さっきまで流れ掴んだとか言ってたくせに、このざまだよ。読んでもわからん。こうなると直感しかないか。
And you didn't report that she was missing till this morning? That's very unusual, Mr. Mueller, not to mention suspicious.
Look, I was annoyed with her. That's why I was waiting for her to come home. Why, you telling me something different?
さて、どれにするか。まあこれだよな。
You better
さ
think
て、
about leaving,
どうかな。
or you're gonna have some trouble on your hands.
くそー残念。疑うべきだったかな。まあ過ぎたことは仕方ない。
Yes, that's correct.
これはわかった。アリバイがあるからな。
You should come clean if you're having an affair, or if there's something going on.
I told you I was here. Were you saying I wasn't?
さっきもこれ選んだけど、ここで使うものだったか。
So why did you take so long to answer
こ
the
れは
phone
自
when your
信あ
daughter
る。
called?
Okay, I went out for a while. I was driving around. It's my way of relaxing.
よしよし、残り2つか。
Your wife went to pick up
動
Michelle?
画分けてるからあれなんだけど、
Yes.
今って娘さん聞き取りしてからの連戦だから、意外と集中力かけてるんだよね。それを言い訳にしてはいけないけど。どこか、まあこれで良いやって妥協してしまう自分が出てきてる。まるで、もう一人の僕。ここでも読み返してます。この聞き取り、なんか非常にやりにくい。やりやすいものもあるんだけど、難しく感じる。畜生、この顔に弾丸を打ち込んでやりたい。さてどうするか。 うしよう。どうしましょう。信じてみるか。
Belmont High on West 2nd Street. There's a parking lot next door where the parents wait for the kids.
おーよかった。悩んだ末間違えると、ショック大きいけど、その逆も同じだよ。
And a history of violence towards your wife.
That's not true, God damn it!
これも反証できるね。娘さんが話してくれた件があるからね。これだこれだ。
It is true, Hugo. You're a violent man. You try to keep a lid on it at home, but sometimes you lost control. Your daughter and your wife were scared of you.
You don't know anything about me.
I know about the golden butterfly, Hugo, and how you bought your wife off the last time you heard her.
She liked to spend money, all right? Dresses, jewelry, her hair. It drove me goddamn crazy. Do I look like a Rockefeller?
Nobody likes a cheapskate, Hugo.
Getting hostile with us is a very bad
そうだ
idea,
ぞ。
Hugo.
いい加減にしろよ。
Make
対
some
象や
arrangements
ろ
for
う
your
が。
daughter, and then present yourself to Central Station for questioning.
You gotta be kidding me, Phelps. Put the cuffs
ゆ
on
っ
him.
くりはおっさんに一度。
I didn't kill my wife!
Your daughter is in the next room, Muller, so I'm giving you a break. Don't make me change my mind, and don't make me come looking for you.
はぁ疲れた。今までで一番悩んだんじゃないかな。結果的には悪くないから満足だけど、こんなのが続くのは正直きついよ。でもこれからは、アクション増えていくからうまくバランス取れるんだけどね。本当によくできてるゲームだと思う。
Hello, detective.
何の用だろう。
Yes, ma'am.
あれおっさん、隣にいたっけ。
And you can help us with our inquiries?
Yes, sir. They had a row last night. I heard Mrs. Muller screaming.
Did you see Mrs. Muller come home late last night at all?
No, not at all. I did see Mr. Muller put something in the
おっと
incinerator
これは
earlier this、
あい
morning.
つが犯人か。まあムカつくやつだし、犯人に仕立て上げても良いだろう。なあおっさん、別に良いよな。ちょうど家から出てきたか。これで御用だ。
Step away from the incinerator. Don't let him get away.
くそ、最後まで面倒なやつだな。待ちやがれー。遅いな、もう少しだ。素晴らしいアングル。さあ何を燃やしていたんだ。おっとこれは、踏みつけ跡もあったし、お前か犯人は。
Get him booked in at Central, officer. Then put him in an interview room. We'll be speaking with him later. And inform the captain.
Yes, sir, detective.
Is there someone you can call, miss?
残念さね娘さん。お父さんが殺人犯なんて。でも、代わりにここにいるおっさんが面倒見てくれるってよ。
She lives in Bakersfield and...
Call her. We're gonna get someone down here from Juvenile Hall to talk to you in the meantime.
We ought to get some uniforms down here, clean up,
あれ、
take care of
お
the
前が
kids.
面倒見るんじゃないのか。適当なこと言ってしまった。なんだ、自分で運転するしかないのか。仕方ない。
Homicide Division, badge number 564.
さて高校に向かおう。
We get Ray Pinker and a technical services team to a house at 130 North Bonnie Gray Street. Send someone down from Juvenile Hall to look after a young lady.
あのまま、あいつが犯人だったとしたら、話が早くて良いんだけど、果たしてどうなのだろうか。
Got it, KGPL.
これは、どっちを優先したら良いんだ。先に死体安置所に行くか。待て、今無線で大事なこと言ってた。ごめんなさい。寄りたい方は一時停止で呼んでください。高校に変態が出たと無線があったので、 やっぱり先に高校行きます。意外とすぐそこだ
Lex
し。
parsimoniae. What? The law of parsimony. Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is most likely the correct. Hey!
Saturday's the spring unveiling, Emmy. It's the first season since Fabric Rationing's over. We have to go.
I told you I can't Saturday. I'm busy.
Busy where? You're going on another drive with Davy Gardner, aren't you?
思いっきり変態じゃねえか、ニガさん。よし、捕まえた。
Car 11K, Car 11 King, come in.
11K, go ahead.
11K, see the janitor. A green 1946 coupe registered to a Mrs. Hugo Moeller has been found in the parking lot adjoining the Belmont High School and playing fields. 11K, code 2.
What's your name?
Who's asking?
We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Name's Eli Rooney.
You've been in trouble with the law before, Eli?
Some.
What are you doing around here?
I like to keep an eye on the children.
Strictly paternal, is it, Eli?
Don't sass me, boy.
A woman was abducted here last night, Eli, and murdered.
And I would love to make you for that, you low-key motherfucker.
Well, I wouldn't know nothing about that. A woman, you say? I like them a little younger than that.
Turn out your pockets, Eli.
Now, why would I do that?
Because I'm about to break your fucking skull, Eli.
態度の悪いロリコンだな。これはダメな変態。元いロリコン。
You're in very deep trouble. Get some backup down here, Rusty. We need
こ
to
れ
get
が
this
金
one
の
downtown
蝶か。
and into a
こい
cell.
つが犯人の可能性も出てきたな。容疑者が2人になったわけだが、これはどうするか。今捕まえた変態は、事情聴取しないといけないけど、犯人じゃないにしても、犯罪予備軍だし、捕まえてもよいだろう。
The school social, maybe 1 a.m. I've been keeping a good eye out lately. We've had problems with the child molester.
Eli Rooney. We've met him.
Filthy son of a bitch. He was here yesterday before the dance.
Was it him you saw park the car?
I don't know, sir. I'd like to say yes, but the truth is it was pretty dark.
Would you say Rooney is violent?
Yes, sir. I would say so, yes.
常連の変態か、ろくでもないやつだな。さて、この車に証拠はあるかな。これは、十分だな。思っている以上の収穫
Blood
だ
and。skin samples. We better get Ray Pinker out here.
被害者の首に絞めた跡あったね。
The overalls are stenciled.
HM、イニシャルだとしたら、夫の名前はヒューゴ・モラーだったな。ぴったりだ。今のが本当にイニシャルだったら、犯人はモラーの可能性が高まるけど、イニシャルじゃない可能性もある。あとは犯人決めって感じかな。証拠はこれが見つかったから、かなり揃ったよ。今度こそ、警察署に向かおう。死体安置所にも行かないといけないし。 ちょっと電話もしとくか。
Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need interrogation set up at Central for both suspects being held in the Muller homicide case.
Certainly, Detective. I'll get in touch with the watch commander.
Thanks, ma'am.
よし、これで準備は整った。行くぞ、さん。
Where exactly are we going?
変態と夫、どっちが本当の犯人なのだろうか。
I say we make Rooney for this. I think we should lay it on him. He was near the car, he had her jewelry, the DA will love him.
は犯人なんかどっちでも良いんだけど、どうかに繋がるから、間違えられないよね。
He needs to be taken permanently out of harm's
まあ
way.
変態は、ここで捕まえなくても、いつか刑務所にぶち込まれるだろうけど。ロード時間が長いね。カットしようかな。てなわけで、死体安置所に着きました。検視官は、何を見せたいのだろうか。読んだだけとかだったら許さん。
Phelps,
ほら、
Rusty,
来てやっ
thanks
た
for
ぞ。
coming. Can you blood type the shoes that we bagged and see if they're a match?
Sure. It'll all be in the report, but I'm assuming you want the details now?
Please. Cause of death is strangulation?
Correct. Take a look at the samples on the bench.
なんだろう。とりあえず、言われた通りにしてみるか。ロープか、車で見つけた種類はこれだったかな。これは、ママチャリに縛り付けてあるに紐だな。最後のこれは、モップの切れ端かな。
What are the normal uses for that kind of rope?
On boats,
マジか
mooring
よ。
lines.
モップの切れ端で船止めるのか。
Although
知ら
Ray
なかっ
says that they're
た。
sometimes used as bell ropes in
業
churches.
界の金にもモップの切れ端だと、侮れん。
So are we looking for a
要する
sailor
に
or a minister?
最初の
Well,
紐
in
が
my
殺人の
experience,
かと思っ
sailors
た
seem to
け
have
ど
a greater libido.
そうじゃなくて
Was Mrs. Muller
最後の切れ
criminally
端が使われたみたい。
No external or internal traces of semen.
Thanks, Mal. Anything else comes up, you let us know.
可能性として、犯人は船乗りの可能性もあるらしい。変態と夫の職業は何だろう。
We've got to nail this guy.
こいつに限らず、犯人は皆殺しじゃなくて逮捕するけどな。万が一射殺してしまうかもしれないけど、一発なら誤射だしね。
The shoe prints?
Size 8.
靴跡は
Very
8
similar
か。
to the
犯人
impressions
は
from the
夫の
Henry
可能
case.
性が高いな。
Now, who do we remember got caught in bloody size 8?
そうだ。血まみれの靴も見つけたしね。
Okay,
しか
if
も、
you're
燃
finished
や
jawing,
そう
we
と
need to
して
get
た
moving.
し。断定はしないけど、夫が犯人と仮定して取り調べしていくよ。さて、警察署に向かおう。なぜ、こっちに来たのか、なぜなんだ。わかりません。
Can you drive to this one?
Fine. Where are we headed? Not exactly the happiest of places to
火葬場もいい勝負だ
Carruthers
と
is a
思う
good
けど
man,
な。
professional, diligent. If you're working with a pro, it's
やっ
easy to
ぱ
overlook the
検
grim
視官すごい
realities
の
of a
か
place like。that.
頼りにな
Funny
る
job,
ぜ。
that. The corners.
How so?
No, you don't want them enjoying their work too much. The wrong kind of man can get awfully lonely rattling around a joint full of corpses.
Rusty, that's like something out of the pulps.
Been reading the same ones as me?
I thought you were usually too drunk to get through a magazine.
You know, if I close one eye and squint, you can just about make out the print.
ベルプスって、おっさんのこと小馬鹿にするときあるよね。前まではそんなことなかったのに。ちなみに今、 ロード時間カットしてみました。3秒くらい省けたよ。3秒といっても、ロードが10回あれば30秒。30秒無駄を省けるのは割と大きい。
We'll work the evidence, Rusty. Let him do the rest.
さてと、取り調べちゃいますか。この部屋からやるか。
Here's where we stand, Hugo. Your next-door neighbor heard screaming coming from your house. You were burning your blood-stained shoes. You have no one who can confirm your whereabouts last night. Your daughter says you're a violent man. We have everything we need to send you to death row. And all you have to say for yourself is, I didn't do it.
決定。
I swear I didn't kill her. Give me that lie test. I can prove it.
そんなもんにかけるくらいなら、射殺してやるよ。
Why did you burn your shoes, Hugo?
Because I knew you'd never believe me.
なんだ、信じないって何をだ。全く意味わからんぞ。奇妙な動きしてないし、信じるか。
A guy at work brought him in and I helped him skin them.
本当かこれは、一応正解か。
You know anything about ropes, Hugo?
As much as the next man. I was a scout.
軍隊にいたのか。まあ時代が時代だし、不思議ではないね。
You learned to strangle with the rope in the army?
With rope, with my bare hands, but mainly with wire. I learned a lot of things in the army, but I still didn't kill my wife.
For argument's sake, what type of rope would you use?
If I had to, I would use a triple braid.
そうか、じゃあ自白したってことで逮捕します。
We found your wife's car. Someone parked it at the school late last night. Do you have anything to say about that?
It wasn't me.
Where do you keep your work clothes?
これこれ、この話聞きたかったんだよ。どうだかな、ここが本当か嘘かでかなり違うんだけど。
Hugo, your overalls put you at the scene of the crime last night.
My overalls are in the laundry of my house.
じゃあこれはなんだ、答えてみるがいい。
Green overalls, bloodstained, with the initials HM found in the trunk of your wife's car.
They can't be mine.
Why, Hugo? Because if they were yours, they'd be in the incinerator too?
おっさん面白いこと言うな。
Your wife was beaten with a tire iron,
さて、最後の質問だ。凶器について答えても
I
らお
know
う。
nothing about any tire iron.
やっぱこいつ、目をそらすし、変な動きするし、何においても嘘くさいな。
You got no proof.
おいおいこの言い方は、犯人の最後の抵抗そのものじゃないか。終わったな、ヒューゴモラー。
Your wife drove a Chevrolet, Hugo. What make of car do you drive?
A Chrysler Airflow.
So I guess that explains why the tire iron that killed your wife came from a Chrysler.
待て、自分の車のタイヤレバーを凶器にするか。少しおかしいぞ。まだ確証が持てない。変態を取り調べよう。90% こいつが犯人だと思っているが、2人容疑者がいるとなると、難しい。
Captain, we were on our way to interview Eli Rooney.
Yes, Phelps, I know. This particular fiend is
マジかよ。じゃあお前も変態だな。無慈悲とかあまり使わない方が良いと思います。
You look like you've had it
両
rough.
変態。
You see me asking for your sympathy,
ボコボコ
boy?
にされたのか。ざまあみろ。
You're down on your luck, Eli.
I had worse. My family ate roadkill during the Dust Bowl.
But you have a job. A parolee has to have a job, correct?
I had me a job down in San Pedro. I'm looking for something new.
その仕事が何かを聞きたかったが、教えてくれないのね。キョロキョロしてるけど、喋り方はうせくさくなかったから信用する。
Can't misplace big yellow
待て、
letters HM.
HM だと、こいつが犯人の可能性急上昇だ。
Sure. Green cover
それに
on.
緑か、 黄色い文字ではないけど、車で見つけたものにほとんど一致してるな。これじゃどっちが犯人か全くわからん。残りの質問が頼りだ。
What would you call them?
I can't say. I learned a long time ago not to go talking about the things I like. Talking about it just seems to get people.
喋れや、こっちは遊びじゃないんだぞ。
See what I mean? Short answer is yes.
You have any preference regarding rope, Eli?
I know a good rope from a bad rope, if that's what you mean. That's not what you mean, is it? Any old rope will do me fine.
言ってることがおかしいな。まあこいつは変態だし仕方ないか。
One boy like you, Eli, must prefer Magay for roping. Am I right?
I prefer braid until I hitch and braid. It stays tied.
好き嫌いと殺害に使うのは関係ない気がする。
Stole her jewelry.
That ain't so.
これはまた随分直球な質問だな。さてどうするかな。まあ信じるわけはないがな。
And nowhere to live by the smell of things. And you need money. You've been in trouble before, Eli. Who do you think a jury will believe?
I've been in trouble for other things, but I ain't never killed no one.
こいつの前科は何なん
I saw
だ。
that
誰
car
か
come
教
in
え
the
てく
parking
れ。
lot late last night. Man got changed there and then put his coveralls in the trunk.
今のセリフを信じるということは、犯人はモラーということになる。だけど、こいつも十分に怪しいからな。さて最後の質問だ。
Kind of like anything I can get my hands on. I'm wearing 11s.
今はってなんだよ。
You're maybe 5'5", 5'6" tops. And you wear size 11s? I don't think so, Eli.
That might be on the large side. Maybe 10s.
Maybe 8s.
Now that I come
なん
to
だ
think
こ
of
い
it.
つ腹立つな。靴のサイズくらい、今確認すればいいじゃない
You
か。
think I was never punished?
You must know what you're doing is evil.
Well, son, nobody's perfect.
待て待て、これで終わりか。これでどっちが犯人か判断しろと。やってやろうじゃないか。
Eli Rooney,
犯人
I'm
はお
charging
前
you
だ
with the。first
変
degree
態。
murder of Deirdre Muller.
You want to put me back in the stir
な
that
ぜこっ
badly,
ち
boy?
選ん
Go
だ
ahead
か
and
という
try.
と、やっぱり ATM の服と、車で誰か着替えてたって話が嘘くさかったから、まあ夫の方が怪しいんだけど、向こうは決定的な何かが足りない気がしたからです。その決定的な何かっていうのは、さっきも言ったけど、凶器に自分の体あれば使うっておかしいよね。それに靴についた血の話は、嘘っぽかったけど真実だしね。手がかりは全部見つけてるんだけど、もう少し手がかりがあればよかったんじゃないかな。
We need swift and merciless justice for poor Deirdre.
ちなみに、夫を犯人にすると、変態を犯人にした時と比べて、リザルトの評価が下がります。それと、夫にはおっさんからのビンタはありません。まあこれが5人逮捕じゃないことを祈って、これにて一件落着。
Hugo Muller, I'm charging you with the murder of your wife. You'll be arraigned and taken before a grand jury. Book him, Rusty.
With pleasure.
I have to say I'm disappointed. I stood in front of a troop of reporters and made promises. Promises of swift and fearful retribution, and you bring me an armful of vagary and happenstance. You made the department look bad, lad. Do it again and your career as a policeman will come to an abrupt and ignominious end. You two are back on the streets. Find street criminals, roust them, beat them, and restore some fervor to your police work. Your next case will come when you've revived my faith in your abilities. Now get out of here! Ah, Phelps. I was just discussing with Finbar here how well you were doing. Have a seat.
Yeah, my real name. And you can just forget all about it.
You boys have a new case. A poor Hispanic woman murdered near City Hall and left lying naked in an alleyway.
Another naked woman, sir?
Yes. We seem to have had quite a run of them since the Dahlia fiend first struck.
Phelps is politely trying to hint that he thinks the Mendez case is hokey.
Well, young Phelps, you win some and you lose some in police work.
You're happy with the Mueller case, sir?
Over the moon, boys! The DA couldn't be more pleased with the evidence, the witness, and the lack of an alibi. Now, get out there and catch me another sinner.
おっさん、食い意地が張ってんな。しっかり見てたぞ。それになんだ、本名フィンバーっていうのか。今まで偽名だったんだな。まあ今まで通り、おっさんで呼ぶよ。
Oh, come on!
なぜこんなことをしたかというと、この車が欲しかった。いや、捜査に必要だからだよ。
LAPD, police emergency.
気がついてる人もいるかもしれないけど、このゲーム、蚊が変わったり、後半になるにつれて良い車が走るようになるんだよ。だから積極的に奪ってじゃなくて、借りて乗ってみようと思います。良い車ってのはもちろん、速さだったり、ハンドリングが良かったりとか、外見もかっこよいのが多いかな。車の種類は全部で100種類くらいあった気がする。初めて乗る車だと、メーカーとか車種名が出るんだけど、ゆっくりは一通り全部の車乗ってるから出ません。すいません。隠し車が15台くらいあって、全部は乗れないかもしれないけど、また時間がある時にでも探してみますか。だんだんと捜査範囲広がっていくしね。余計な話している間に、現場付近に到着しました。この車はまあまあ早かったよ。
Detectives, they're ready to start the show. I'll take you through.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Brothers,
またかってやはり、ダリア関連か、解決したように見えて解決してないのか。まあまずは検視か、お決まりだね。落書き、首絞め、頭の打撃、一致している部分が多い。特に落書きこれは明らかだな。そして指輪か、ここも共通しているね。BD、間違いなくブラックダリアだろう。今まで何人か捕まえてるけど、真犯人がいる可能性が高いのかな。それかも半周か、どちらだろう。若いな、かわいそうに。カード持っているのも変だけど、なぜ切れてるんだろうか。
The evidence in the Mueller case was solid. I'm not convinced about Mendez.
best way to get away with murder is to pin it on somebody else.
おっさんは模範と読むか、まあ真犯人がいるよりは、模範の方がいくらも良いけど。
So does every jerk who kills his wife and girlfriend looking for a way out. I've spoken to Brown. He still believes the Dahlia perp has medical experience.
4 women, all murdered, all put on display, all with messages.
Mueller had no message. Look, Phelps, this is getting us nowhere.
Anything for us to go on, Mal?
Head injuries from contact with road, bruising from a small man's shoe, further blunt force trauma to the occipital region at the base of the skull. Could have been fatal, but clear signs of strangulation would seem to rule it out.
Lipstick appears to be a similar color to the other cases. I'll see if I can nail down a brand.
みんなそれぞれの意見だね。最近の事件振り返ると、確かに共通点は多い。別に真犯人がいても、おかしくない状況だね。これはなんだ、クラゲか。
If she took a blow to the head like the others, she was probably
ス
unconscious
トッ
when
キング
strangled.
か、随分血まみれだ。なんだこれ。引きずった後かな。随分遠くまで血がある。
Antonia. Huh. Same as the library card.
まだ続いてるな。これはもしかして、こっちに来い的な、誘ってるのか。こっちじゃないってば。そうそうこっち。
Proximity to the scene, plus the bloodstains. No way is this coincidence.
被害者が履いてたものかな。それにしても、これには何の意味があるのだろうか。まだ奥まで続いてるな。この辺には、他に何もなさそうだ。とりあえず、どんどん向かおう。
We kept the area pristine for you boys. Let's check it out.
これは鍵か、被害者のものだろう。
House keys, strung up like bait
こ
on a
って
hook.
書かれてるね。
You think he's trying to lead us somewhere?
Probably all the way to
これは、ロスのあちらこちらで見るやつだ。蚊取り線香だね。今は必要ないかな。どこまで続いている？何のマークだこれは、サイコロかな？よくわからん。上か、それにしても、ずいぶん手が込んでるな。
Where are you taking us?
犯人のお遊びに付き合いたくないが、仕方ない。屋上か、今度は何がある？手紙か、しかも手渡し手紙。どれどれ。
Empty. Where is all of
中
this
身が
meant
な
to be
い。
taking us?
どういうことだ？
Clearly wants us to find these things. Left them for
向こうに行く前に、もう少し屋上を探してみよう。
Got a new MO.
Or he might just be getting more confident.
これが凶器ってわけではなさそうだな。特に何もないかな。ないな。よし、先に行こう。ここにも何かある。
Enameled and gold plated.
化粧道具か。
This was precious to her.
Trail points up.
まだ上か。指輪だね。被害者からむしり取ったものかな。
What's the significance?
本当に何がしたいんだ。これは、ここまで塗ってきた筆か。
Looks as though the killer was
血のりだったんだね。
decorating this.
本当の血かと思ってたよ。これで最後かな。中身はどれどれ。あれ、さっき切れてた紙の切れ端だね。つなぎ合わせれば、名前とかわかるかな。
Mrs. Antonia Maldonado, 712 North Hill Street, downtown.
住所までわかってしまった。よし、やっと終わりか。被害者の家に行った方が良さそうだね。そうと決まれば急ぐぞおっさん。
Fine. Where are we headed?
It was Mrs. Maldonado, right?
That's affirmative.
All right, so then there's a husband we should be looking for. Get
い
him?
つも犯人は夫だな。まあ大体やってるから困るんだ
I don't
が。
want to question your tried and tested techniques, Detective Galloway. But doesn't the DA require sound casework before he'll close the book?
Not if he's got a confession. And, you know, there's ways of getting it.
I'm sure.
なかなか良い家だな。アパートか何かかな。一軒家ってことは、ないな。こんにちは。
Wait just a moment! I'm sorry. Can I
待た
help
せすぎだぞ。いい加減にしろ。
Detective Phelps and Galloway. Does Mrs. Maldonado live here?
Yes, she does. I'm Mrs. Barbara LaPenta, the owner of this
宿屋
boarding house.
か。そして、この人
I'm
が
afraid
管理
so,
人
ma'am. Do you mind if we come in? Is there somewhere we can discuss this?
Of course. Follow me through to the parlor. Wipe your feet as you come in, detectives. It's this way.
いい感じの部屋だ。ちょっと暗すぎる気もするけど。
Dead? Oh, no. She can't be.
I'm afraid she was murdered, ma'am. We need to take a look at her things.
I can't believe it. A person seems
21歳だしね。楽しい時期だっただろうに。
Antonia's room is upstairs, last door on the left.
Thank you. We'll be back shortly.
Excuse us a moment, ma'am.
どうもご親切にばあさん。
Hey, Cole, let's get
手がかり
moving.
はないよな。これは、宗教関連か。なさそうだね。部屋に向かうとしよう。どこだ？こっちか。ここか。荒れているな。何があったのだろうか。
Someone's turned the place over.
手紙だ。被害者宛ての手紙か。中身はどれどれ。
Okay, we have an address.
弁護士からの手紙か。それに、夫のエンジェル・マルドナードと争ってるみたいだね。夫婦の争いで、裁判まで行くほどのものと言ったら、まあ離婚だろうな。結婚写真か。21歳なのに結婚か。この時代じゃ普通なのかね。これは、不法侵入もいいとこ
Smashed
だ
window
な。
explains why the place looks tossed.
You know how I feel about windows, Phelps.
あ、魔法の杖だ。
So someone broke in using this thing instead of a crowbar. Wonder where it was taken from.
おそらく、洞窟かどっかでドロップしたんじゃないかな。手がかりも集め終わったし、管理人に話でも聞くか。窓の割れ方、普通じゃないしね。それに、エンジェルのことも少しは知っているかもしれない。その前に、あの車確保しとこう。2ドアか、まあ悪くないね。
Think there's anything to the divorce angle?
I've been through 3, Phelps. No big deal. After a while.
さすがおっさん、経験豊富だな。
But Angel, he's a young Latino man. It would hurt his sense of... We have some questions, ma'am, if you're up to it.
Yes, Detective. I'll do my best.
Do you have any idea who might have wanted to hurt Mrs. Maldonado?
That rat of her husband.
最低の旦那、どう最低な
She
ん
was
だ。
serving him divorce papers.
If I killed every wife to serve me papers, I'd be a mass murderer.
Are you being flippant, young man?
No, ma'am.
いくら嘘ついていないからって、そんなにガン見するなよ。
What can you tell us about Angel Maldonado?
She married him when she was 17.
マジか、結婚生活4年目だったのか。
She was a good girl. Little on the religious side, but a good girl.
厳しいって、束縛的な何かかな。
Yesterday.
She left around 9.
Do you know where she went?
No, I've no idea. She was a good girl, but she didn't confide in me.
あんたもわかりやすいタイプだ。喋り方といい、目線といい、明らかだな。信用できないとしたら、証拠があるか探して、なければ疑う。これだけなんだけど、これが難しい。さてさて、迷ってきた。
A nosy old hag like you knows everything about the people who live under her roof. Where did she go?
I think she went to a bar.
なんで怒ってんだよ。嘘ついたのはお前じゃないか。
This bar have a name?
El Dorado Bar. It's a Latino place on North Los Angeles.
初めから教えやが
A
れ。
couple of blocks from where we found the body.
You've had a break-in?
No. That can't
お
be
いおい嘘
true.
だろ。音くらい聞こえなかったのか。
You're being economical with the truth, Mrs. Lepenti. What do you have to hide?
I have no idea what you are talking
おいババア、さすがにこれを隠すのは無理があるぞ。
So Antonia lost her keys and used an iron bar to jimmy the back window?
なるほど。その考えがあっ
I
た
heard
か
a。noise in the early hours of the morning. I thought it might be a raccoon at the milk bottles. It'd be very bad for business if this news got out. I have a reputation to
やっ
protect.
ぱり知ってたのに隠したんだな。適当な悪い噂流してやるから、覚悟しろよ。
Yes. She moved here after she separated from her husband 2 months ago.
But Antonia still wore a wedding ring?
She wore the wedding ring and a necklace. She always wore a religious necklace. That's about all of her jewelry.
あれ、ブレスレットは知らないのか。まさかまた嘘じゃないだろうな。ああ嘘だな。気持ち悪いが押しやがって。
I don't know anything about a bracelet.
In her wedding photo, she's displaying a charm bracelet.
That thing? She never wore it. He gave it to her. She always kept it in that wooden jewelry box.
Thanks, man.
まあ、
You've been
多
very
少
helpful.
は有益な情報を得られたかな。
Lock him up and throw away the cape.
We can either front Angel, seeing as the
普通に考えたらエンジェルが怪しいよね。でも、そう簡単にいくかどうか。おっさんが疑うのは納得だよ。あれはなんだ？茶色い車に見えたけど、廃車っぽいね。次はエンジェルの家に行こうかな。
Where exactly are we going?
と、思ったけど、バーが先だ。もっと情報を集めよう。
A nosy old hag? Ah! And I thought I was coming on strong with the ex-wife line.
Sometimes you have to be firm to get the information you need.
God damn it, ain't that the truth?
おっさん受けてるな。ツボがわからん。
What can I get you?
LAPD. Detectives Phelps and Galloway.
Diego Aguilar. How can I help?
You worked the bar last night?
Yeah. Me and a temp guy from the agency.
Did you have a woman in here last night? 21 years old, Hispanic, drinking heavily?
We have a lot of ladies like that in here. But yeah, I know who you mean. Antonia Maldonado. Oh, what did she do?
She was murdered last night.
Oh, shit.
Do you know her well? Was she a regular?
Hell no. She was good and tight last night, complaining about her old man. It's a story you get used to working in a bar. She was so hammered last night, she left a letter on the bar. I'll show you.
公の場で夫の悪口か、よっぽど限界だったんだな。そしてこの手紙、なんだろう。
Hey, honey, what time do you get off work until?
Divorce papers.
離婚届。あとは夫に渡すだけってところまで来てる
She
な
was。shouting about it and waving the letter around. Said she was gonna show him.
なかなか怖い女だったのかな、アントニアも。 結婚生活が崩壊してたところでの殺人。エンジェルは離婚についてどう思っていたのかな。
Some kind of religious thing, I think. The temp guy would have more of an idea. She took the beer he served her and cried into it all night.
What time did she leave?
Can't say for sure.
この人いい人そうだけど、嘘をつかないとは限らないからな。しっかり当ててこう。表情じゃ判断するのが難しい。嘘はついてなさそうなんだけど。微妙だ。よし決めた。
Where did she go? Give me something or the LAPD will start getting interested in this place.
Take it easy. She wanted a cab, okay? And my phone was out of order. The closest one I knew was at the fruit market across the street, so I suggested she try there. She seemed reluctant.
新しい場所が出てきた。これ終わったら調べに行こう。
She said she was going to serve the papers on the husband. Said that would take the smile off his face. If you ask me, she was scared. And the drink was for Dutch courage.
やっぱり恐ろしいな女って。
She attract any interest?
An extremely drunk young woman? What do you think? She managed to scare them off, though.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
No problem. Hey, get the guy, will you?
We'll do our best. One last question. What size shoe do you take, Mr. Aguilar?
A broad 9. I have white feet.
抜かりないなフェルプス。さすがだ。さてと、フルーツマーケットに行こう。このバーの近くって言ってたっけ？まあ奥さんに運転してもらおう。
Fine. Where are we headed?
Had to be done, and it was by air. One month alone, over 200 were killed.
Shut. Great. We'll need to come back later, Phelps. Maybe somebody here saw Antonia the night she died.
閉まってるだと、仕方ない。先に別の場所に向かおう。まさか秘密の入り口とか、ないよな。バナナの皮が落ちてる。この車いいな。クーペかっこいい。ちょっと運転したくなったぞ。運転しちゃおうかな。目的地は、エンジェルの家です。
How about we drop in on the husband instead? See if
そう
you're
と決まれば安全運転。かつ、急いで行きましょう。低いエンジン音がかっこいいな。加速は良くないけど。今更だけど、こういうの破壊すると、リザルトの評価が下がる原因です。評価は星5が最大なんだけど、4が多いのは、大体被害総額のせいです。ここか、なかなか良いマンションじゃないか。エンジェルの部屋はどこだろう。
Phelps, this could turn ugly. Forget about knocking. Let's take our boy by surprise.
Hey, what the fuck?
LAPD, motherfucker, you're under arrest.
おっとこれはどういう展開だ。待ち伏せか。 よしやっつけたぞ。おっさん大丈夫か。しかしなんだこいつら。ゆっくりたちが来ること知ってたのかな。
LAPD, you two are under arrest. Call for some backup, Finbar.
Galloway, badge number 564. I need a prowl car at the apartment building 330 North Hill Street. 2 suspects need transporting to Central.
Your wife has been murdered.
こいつがエンジェルだったか。やっぱり犯人はエンジェルなのかな。
Where were you last night, Angel?
I was here with my brother the whole
こ
night.
っちは弟か。よく似ているな。
Kill my own wife?
お前たちは信用いかんぞ。なんせ、いきなり殴ってきたからな。
Then talk to the neighbors.
エンジェルに話を聞こうと思ったのに、聞く前に刑務所送りにされてしまった。まあ、あいつらが好戦的すぎるせいだけどね。そう思うよねフィンバー。そして、周辺住民に聞き込みをしなくてはいけないらしい。この家にも手がかりあるだろうし、聞き込みは終わってからにしよう。今、おっさんの帽子落ちてたけど、拾わないのかな。見たぞ、見てしまったぞ。本当に飲み食い好きなんだな。フルーツマーケットからか、中身は。酒か、随分買っているな。おっさんに見つかる前に、蓋をしとこう。見つけたら2、3本くらい取ってもバレない、とか言いかねないからな。さっき言ったバーのマッチか、行きつけなのかな。
The El Dorado must be a family favorite.
それはそうと、手がかりが見つからない。お、これは、こんなもん家にかけとくなよ、アホだろ。この血のつき具合は、よっぽどの怪我じゃないとつかないだろう。あいつら兄弟はそんな様子なかったし、これはエンジェルか、その弟、それか両方が犯人と疑うべきか。手がかりは今のだけみたいだし、聞き込み始めるか。
Sorry about that. I'm playing with my kids.
LAPD, were you here last night?
Yeah. My wife and I are separated, and I had the kids last night. I put them to bed early and went to bed myself.
Thanks.
びっくりした。マジでびっくりした。
Is that all you needed, Detective?
ちょっと殺意が、いやなんでもない。情報ありがとう。
What do you want?
LAPD, we're making some inquiries.
Make it quick. I work nights.
So you weren't home last night?
No, I was at work.
You know nothing about Mrs. Maldonado fighting with her husband?
Those two? They're always screaming the place down.
Thanks.
態度悪いな。犯人に仕立て上げてやろうかな。
I know nothing more about their business.
No good. There's nobody here.
奥にもう一家あるな。
Hello?
LAPD, ma'am. Did you hear a disturbance last night?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Mrs. Maldonado lit out of here, and her husband ran out after her.
You saw this, Miss?
Aranda. I had the door open a crack.
Did you see Mr. Maldonado come back inside after he ran out?
No. I didn't.
Thanks. We'll be in touch.
良い感じの人だな。おっさん、やっぱあんた面白いよ。
I'm executing restraint right now, Finbar.
この会話聞かなくて良さそうだ。まあ、そこそこの情報は得られたからよしとしよう。向こうに車が、と思ったけど、あれはダメなやつだ。すぐわかる。ゆっくりの車はどれだったかな。ああこれだこれだ。間違いない。このかっこいい車でここまで来たんだった。さっき閉まってたし、もう一回フルーツマーケットに行こうかな。おっさん結局、帽子置いてきたんだね。なかなか良い加速だ。今までで一番良い気がする。エンジン音もかっこいいし、良い車だ。大事に乗ろう。やっぱ普通に乗ろう。すごく曲がりやすい。まだ閉まってるのか。今日は定休日とかじゃないだろうな。どうするか、警察署に行くべきかな。もう一回バーに行ってみよう。この辺りだった気がする。間違えた。目的地ここに設定したままだった。
Can you drive to this one?
And where exactly are we going?
何度もごめんね。バーまでお願い。ありがとうおっさん。こう見ると、良い感じの店だね。昔からある感じ。ここまで来ると言ったけど、特に目的もなかったんだ。なぜ来たのだろうか。警察署に行ったら、エンジェル取り調べで終わる気がして、行くに行けない。フルーツマーケットはまだか。もう一回現場見てこようかな。すぐそこだし。まだヤジ馬がいるのか。暇だな。まあ暇なのは良いことだと思うよ。忙しいと、暇な時が懐かしく思うからね。ただ、24時間365日暇っていうのは、ちょっといただけないかな。俺、自宅警備してる人か。それ言い訳。いややっぱなんでもない。
I would rather we discuss this later, Phelps.
特に話はなしか。ちょっと期待していたんだけど、残念。あれおっさん、どこに行ってたんだ。探したじゃないか。乗れないのかこれ。珍しく鍵でもかかってたのかな。鍵かける人もいるんだね。いないかと思ってた。行くところはあるんだけど、行きたくない。少しなんかないかな。まあ諦めるか。諦めも肝心だしね。ってあれ、 行き先に警察署がないんだか。ゆっくりはてっきり、エンジェルの聞き取りかと思ったんだけど。フルーツマーケットはやってないし、バーはさっき言ったし、これ、行き詰まってないか。どうしよう、予定狂ったぞ。警察無線だ。なんだろう。あれ。
Car 11K, Car 11 King, come in. Car 11K, Car 11 King, come in.
KGPL, 11
あ、
King,
やっぱ
over.
り、おっさんが取らないとダメなのか。
11K, Captain Donnelly and Detective Sergeant Finis Brown urgently request your presence at Central. A new letter has been found.
11K, en route.
新たな手紙、ブラックダリア関連かな。それはそうと、次の行き先が見つかってよかった。この車も初めてだな。いただくぜー。
You can't do this!
明らかにヘボそうだけど、乗ってみなき
You
ゃわ
don't
か
think
ら
it's
ない。
strange that all these murders are happening to girls who've been out drinking?
No. A broad drinks. She gets a bit tight. She
待っ
starts
た。
mouthing
ちょっと
off.
待った。
You can drive.
行き先が警察署になってなかった。目的地変更しないと。はい、オッケー。
Another letter? I thought the letter
こ
was
の
from my
田舎の
gut.
車、こりゃダメだ話にならん。や
Brown and
っ
Hanson,
ぱ
they
ヘボ
are
だ。
genuine. From him.
そこの青い車、待ちなさい。ちょっと逃げようとしたな。無駄なことを、大丈夫借りるだけだから。絶対にぶつけたりしないから。
Now we sent another.
I really hate this fuck. This black dahlia.
大軽い。さっきのワゴンよりいくらもマシだ。
Fucking cased his nozzle way through the guts.
小さいから小回りは利くね。若干ふらつくけど。
Where do
機
they
材
end
と
up?
車によって個性あるんだよ。本当だよ。エンジン音は残念だな。やっぱさっきの赤いオープンが良かったな。
The captain is waiting for you downstairs with Pinker.
下ってどこだ？ここ1階だろ。
We gonna go downstairs and see Donnelly or what?
どこにいるかわからん。おっさん助けて。階段かあれ、地下があったのか、知らなかった。地下は秘密の研究室なのかな。POW の研究とかだったら、どうしよう。お邪魔します。
Boys, come on in. Phelps.
誰だこのまんじゅうは。
Pleased to meet you, sir.
This information is confidential and doesn't leave
極
this
秘
room.
事項か。大丈夫。ゆっくりは口硬いから。
The window and not left by a customer.
We're checking all the spares back 24 hours regardless.
Good.
Like the previous letters, it's been assembled from headlines and typed from the Times and Examiner, then glued to an envelope.
What is the other note?
This one? That's also new. A poem, hand-typed.
Do you mind if I take a look?
Go ahead. We've been over both documents pretty carefully. They've been wiped with gasoline, so there's no chance of prints.
これがさっき言ってた手紙か。誰が何の目的でやっているんだろう。誰ってブラックダリアさん、あなたですよね。あとこの TEX って何なんだ。いい加減知りたい。こっちは。なんだ、聖書のものか。よくわからんな。呪いの力ってなんだよ。とんでもねえな。
That's why we called you in.
You think it's original?
Not unless he's a genius.
You like this nut job's poem?
No, I like Shelley. It was written at least 100 years ago.
Shelley. Sure, I knew that.
You see, Finnis? I told you this lad was a bright boy.
Sure, but what does it got to do with the case?
Prometheus Unbound. Prometheus was a titan, a superhuman character who defied the gods to bring fire to humanity.
The Dahlia guy believes he's Superman.
Your guess is as good as mine. One thing for sure is that he's educated. What about the link to the Henry case?
He could have got the wording from the papers. As you said, he is fiendishly clever and takes pleasure in taunting us.
謎はますます深くなるばかり。ダリアの事件は解決できるのだろうか。とりあえず、目の前のものに全力で挑もう。エンジェルの尋問か。今のところ、こいつ以外容疑者いないから、自白すれば事件解決だね。そう簡単に、やりました。なんて言わないと思うけど。どこの取調室にいるんだ。こっちか。
Improved your attitude, Angel?
What do you want me to say? I was with Antonia the night she died, but she left the apartment, and that was the last time I saw her.
So your wife paid you a visit last night. What time was that?
Late, around midnight, maybe? She didn't stay long.
さて、本当か嘘か、まあ嘘だろうが。証拠になりそうなものは、ないかな。エンジェルって、アジア系混ざってるのかな。見た目そんな感じ。反証して、これにしようかな。決めた。
You're lying, Angel. You went after her. I think you killed her.
You're out of your mind. My brother will tell you I was at home.
近所に住んでるおばさんが、教えてくれた話が役に立つなんて、聞き込みの効果すごいな。
That your wife ran out, that you followed her, and didn't come back.
I know this looks bad, but it's not true. We argued, all right? But she went out, and I went out after her, and she jumped in a car on the corner.
There was a car waiting for her? Can you describe the driver?
Not the driver. It was too dark. But the car. It was a brown Ford coupe.
どういうことだ？迎えに来ている人がいたってことか。そいつを特定できればよいけど、情報が少なすぎる。
We fought, yeah, but we weren't getting a divorce.
あれ、まさかエンジェルは、離婚の話知らなかったのか。そんなはずないよな。
I told you. I wouldn't accept a divorce.
認めなきゃ大丈夫ってことでもないと思うよ。
The judge had set a date. You were going to be paraded in front of the whole city for your cruelty to her, Angel.
Antonia. Oh, Jesus. She came in drunk, out of her mind. She doesn't normally drink. She was looking around in her bag. Said she wanted to serve me papers. Me, her own husband.
離婚の理由は、お前にあるって話だぞ。自業自得だ。
That's the truth.
What size shoe do you wear, Angel?
Size 8. What difference does that make?
靴のサイズは、ダリア事件のものと同じだけど、こいつがダリア関連の真犯人ってことはないだろう。
Sure. She always wore that.
What about the charm bracelet? Was she wearing that?
You know about that? She never wore it. She didn't like the message.
宗教って難しいな。信仰深いって話だったし、そのせいかもしれないけど。
Your wife has been brutally murdered. So how do you explain your shirt being covered in blood?
You found that? I cut myself shaving.
おいおいマジか。髭剃りであれだけ血まみれになるって、相当下手くそだぞ。つうか、ありえないだろ。
Why would I do that? Hippolito's my brother. But he would never lie for me about killing Antonio. He knows he'd go to hell for that.
しまった。間違えた。今のは真実だったのか。どっちなんだろう。
Nope. Sounds sick to me.
You're not in the clear by any means, Angel. You're going back into a cell. You should think about whether you have anything else you need to share with us.
犯人と決めつけられそうにないな。全力で否定してくるし。次はどうしたらよいんだ。教えておっさん。ああそうだ。フルーツマーケットは開店したかな。すっかり忘れてた。
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Where are we headed?
運転は頼んだよ。この車乗りやすいから。やっているな。定休日じゃなくてよかった。広い店だね。店主にでも話を聞けばよいのかな。あ、バナナ発見。この人かな。
LAPD, Detective Phelps and Galloway.
Clem Feeney, what can I do for you?
Did you happen to see a young woman last night? 21 years old, Hispanic?
Sure, she came by last night. Why do you ask?
She was wearing a necklace?
I didn't notice.
You weren't paying attention, Feeney?
Hey, you're
フェ
getting
ル
the
プ
wrong
ス、
idea.
すごい言い方だな。目線そらしてくるな。ネックレスのこと知
Exactly how
っ
much
てたんじゃない
fruit
か
do。you sell here after midnight, Clem?
Look, not much. I sell the odd bottle on the side to the after-hours crowd. Look, I don't want
エ
any
ンジェ
trouble.
ル
I'm
の
just
家
trying to make a
に、
buck.
ここで買った酒あったし、そういうことだったか。
The young lady arrived around midnight?
Yeah, something like that. Used the phone for a cab and then left.
バーからここに来たって話だったな。言ってることは合ってるけど、なぜ目線をそらすんだ。
Sure, I met her before. She seemed like a nice lady. Her husband went apeshit one day when he caught me talking to her.
エンジェルは束縛親父だったか。そりゃ離婚もされるわ。
Where did she go from here?
She wanted a cab, but I couldn't get her one. I was about to offer to drive her, but a car pulled up and she got into
その
that.
車ってまさか、茶色のクーペじゃないか。
Can you describe the car?
Brown Ford Coupe, I think.
やっぱりか。運転手は何者なんだろう。
Do you mind if we look around?
Why would you want to do that?
Because we say so.
I guess you can. Hey, don't you have to get a court order or something? I have rights.
Clem? Shh.
警察権限は車すらもらえるからな。家宅捜査なんてお安いご用さ。
No wonder he stays open late at night. People have to get their vitamins. Check through this stuff before we get back out there.
夜中に売ってる酒ってのはこれか。すごい量だ。これはなんだ。おいおい、犯人はあいつか。急展開
It's
だ
a
な。
typical power thing. Once the stiff is dead, the creep usually feels they can do whatever they like. Must have seen it during the war.
So what are we hiding in here? This thing needs a
この
combination.
マーク、似たようなの見たことあるな。事件現場に落ちてた紙に、同じようなの書いてあったよね。 そうそうこれこれ。順番は、左から、2、5、3。さあ中身はなんだ？パッと見、宗教関連のものに見えたけど、そうっぽいね。十字架とか、書いてある文字とかそんな感じ。どっかで見たことある絵だ。拝んでる手だね。あの店主も、被害者と同じで、信仰深いのかな。血についたメスと、箱のパスワード、どういうことか説明してもらおう。逃げるってことは、そういうことなんだろうな。待ちやがれー。
I'll try to shoot out his tires. Wish me luck.
商用車のくせに、意外と
Should
早
have
いな。
grabbed him when we had the chance, Phelps. When we had the chance, we didn't know he was our guy.
Don't go to sleep on me. Get me back in close.
いや、早いよ。追い
Strange
つ
that
く
he
ど
keeps
こ
a
ろか、
trail of blood right
離
back
さ
to
れ
his
てい
own
く。
market. Maybe he wanted to be caught. A lot of them do.
うわーすげー。飛んだー。
It's almost too perfect, isn't it? There's no such thing as too perfect.
なんか知らんが遅くなってるな。チャンスだ。なんだ、逃げる気がなくなったのか。それか、さっきのジャンプで振りまいためたのか。さあ御用だ。
You're a sick man, Clem. You need help.
おそらく、犯人は店主だろうが、エンジェルが殴ってきた理由は何だったんだ。やはり普段から暴力かましてるから、ついてが出たのかな。
When they finish with him at the receiving hospital, we'll have him up before the grand jury. I have a meeting this afternoon with the mayor lads. I'll be sure to mention your names. Now, on your way.
♪ 茶色いクーペの正体がわからなかったね。ただの知り合いだったのかな。それとも。まあこれにて、一件落着。車両損害額がやばい。
Good morning, gentlemen, and what a grand morning it is, too. We have just cause for celebration. Galloway and Phelps are sending another fiend to San Quentin. A nice showy trial, and he'll be strapped down with gas seeping into his tiny reptile brain. Now, to fresh business. Galloway and Phelps, the task is at hand. The address is on the hill, north downtown off Fremont Avenue.
事件の概要くらい教えろや。まあ最近の事件を考えるに、女性で、全裸の、いたずら書きされた死体と思っちゃうよね。推測はいかんな。違うかもしれないし。そろそろ、ブラックダリアの正体が分かってきても、良いかと思うんだけど、まだ先かな。見当もついてないしね。しけた車なんか乗ってられるか。近くに良い車はないかな。前回の事件で分かったんだけど、警察無線は、警察車両に乗ってないと受信できないから、本当は用意された車乗るのが良いんだろうね。そんなこと言いつつ、これにしました。すごくダサいけど、早そうだったから。何してるんだ。高尾さん、雨の中またして悪かったな。遅いわこの車、失敗した。見かけ騙しをつ。刑事あるもの、速い車くらい見分けないとな。そういや、前にもこの道通ったけど、雨だと雰囲気もかなり違うね。ゆっくり的には、雨の方が好きかな。BGM も良い雰囲気出してくれてます。そして、それを台無しにする運転技術。お、右の車はリムジンかな。かっこいいな。ごめんね、ちょっとぶつかっちゃった。ごめんねごめんね目的地周辺だね。今回は、どんな事件だろうか。
That guy there will lead us up.
まだ先か、誘導係までいるなんて、良い待遇だな。ゆっくりも昇進したもんだ。死体に見慣れるとかはないけど、仕事柄慣れてしまっても仕方ないのかな。特に検視官なんか、慣れっこだろうし。それに、ここのところ無語死体多いしね。車での道中も含めて、クソ巻き公園と名付けよう。ウェルカムブー、クソ巻きパーク。
Thanks. Keep me informed.
Will do, Detective.
This looks awfully familiar.
I think that's the impression the boys from the Examiner took with them as well.
There's nothing original under the sun. Why should murder be any different?
What do we have so far?
Not much trace evidence to speak of. Storm blew in around 10 last night, and the rain washed most of it away.
And the body?
Looks like she was tipped out of an automobile from the tire tracks and superficial injuries. Strangled with a length of rope. And for my money, it's triple braid again.
Time of death?
From her temperature, maybe 2 a.m., but it was cold last night.
Usual head injuries.
Blunt force trauma. Knock him over the head, then strangle and mutilate. No message with this one.
At least she was left clothed.
I doubt very much he was concerned with her dignity.
The green silk dress is very distinctive. Any sign of her other shoe?
No. And no handbag or other personal effects.
今回は服を着ているのか、それに、装飾なども奪われているらしい。まあ、まずは検視だ。ロープの種類は検視官が特定してくれてる。三つ寄りって言ってたね。
Superior Laundry Services F1363.
クリーニングのテープ剥がせよ。まあおかげで、手がかりにはなったんだけど。指輪はなし。落書きもなし。服はあり。こっちはどうかな。ないか。これといって、目立つものはなかったね。周辺見回るか。お金だ。誰かの落とし物かな。
I doubt it.
違うらしいです。 ここだけタイヤ跡あるのは、なんでだろう。これじゃ特定は無理だな。車持っている人が犯人じゃ、アバウトすぎる。ツアとか、サイズはどのくらいだろう。なんとなく、大きい気がする。これで終わりか、クリーニング店に行くほかないな。まずは住所を調べないと。
Detectives, I've been working the houses across the street and up the block.
なんの用だ。これから電話しようと思ったのに。
Detective Phelps, LAPD.
I'm Mrs. Barton.
周辺住民か。
I live just across the way.
わざわざご苦労だな。まあでも、手がかりが少ない今、情報はありがたい。
But yesterday, early evening, I saw that awful hobo.
ホームレスか、バッグとか根こそぎ取られてるし、ありえるかもな。わざわざ、殺人するほどでもないと思うけど。
Tall, gaunt, horribly disfigured. I think he may have had an accident in the war. He's a very scary, angry man.
Any idea where we might find him?
One of the hobo camps around here. He's some kind of
ホームレスのリーダーとかあるのか。奴らの中でも、社会的地位はあるんだな。
Of course. Anything I can do to help.
助かったよおばさん。傷のある背丈が大きいやつだな。覚えとくよ。ホームレス村は、後で行くことにしよう。犯人と思われるやつに会う前に、できるだけ情報は集めたいからね。やっと電話できる。クリーニング店の場所が知りたい。
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address on Superior Laundry Services.
Just a moment. Superior Laundry Services, 1260 West 1st Street.
Can you track down reports of hobo camps in the vicinity of Signal Hill?
Just a moment, Detective. There's a large camp under the bridge on Grand
大
between
規模なホームレス村ってなんだよ。何人いるのだろうか。ホームレス募集中の看板でも立ててるのかな。車がたくさんあるな。選び放題だ。まあ、獺祭商用車は乗らないけどね。これだな。フォードアか。この時代にフォードアは珍しいんじゃないかな。運転は頼んだ。大きい車だからぶつけないようにね。それにこれ、人のだから、そこんところよろしく。
No message.
Excuse me?
There was no message.
Where?
On the Vic. The last bodies had something written on it. This one didn't.
I'm failing to follow you.
Can't be the same guy is what I'm saying, right? Before you start trying to link this to Maldonado and all the others.
There are more factors to consider than the messages, Rusty.
This doesn't fit your pattern, Cole. End of
おっさんはどうしても、ダリアの正体なんかいないと思いたいらしい。似てるだけ、模倣犯だってよく言ってるしね。こじゃれた店だな。でっかいガラス、割ったら楽しそう。これ洗濯機かな。クリーニング屋なのに、こんなのまで置いてあるのか。
Please, I have business to run.
勘弁じゃねえよ。捜査に協力しやがれ。脳幹ぶち抜かれていのか。
F1363. If you give me a minute, I'll go find a register and you can take a look.
日系かな。エンジェルよりアジア系っぽい。日系は嘘だ。こいつはタイ人。かもしれない。前にも似たようなのやったな。まあ今回は、目的わかるから苦労はしなそう。 目的わかっても、タグ番がわからねえ。F1363 か、メモって大切。フェルプスに限っては、絵まで描いてるしね。しかも一瞬で。これだな。婦人か、結婚しているんだね。またおっさんは、犯人は夫だとか言い出しそうだ。絶対言うだろ。とりあえず、被害者の家に行こうかな。ホームレス村は、できるだけ最後に回そうと思います。さっきも言ったけど、手がかりは十分に集めてからがベストだしね。運転しようかと思ったけど、やっぱやめた。
I've got a feeling we're about to meet another
ほら
wife.
な、言わんこっちゃねえ。
Yeah, and it's usually correct.
そうなんだよね。これまた当たるから、否定できない。
Just you wait. Nordic types show a particular disposition for this stuff.
素質か、それを開花できれば、能力者になれるな。立派な家じゃないか、すごくいい。こんにちは。一瞬いないかと思った。危うく帰るとこだったよ。
My wife went out last night and she hasn't come home.
そりゃそうだろう。死んだからな。もし帰ってたらそれ、ターミネーターの金属スライム。名前忘れたけど、それだよ。怖い怖い。
Open-toed white shoes. Those are her favorite shoes.
Can we come in, Mr.
靴は見当たらなかったけど。お、キッチンだ。おっさんに注意しないと。キッチンに何もなかったら、冷蔵庫開けるだろうしな。ちなみにうちの相棒は、あなたを疑ってるのであしからず。ああでも、ゆっくりは疑ってないよ。今のところはね。疑うとかじゃなくて、そういうものだから、拒むと疑っちゃうぞ。小さい子供が2人も、これから大変だろうな。夫が犯人じゃないことを願うよ。
Stay here till Daddy's finished talking to these men.
Where's Mommy?
Everything's gonna be alright, sweetheart.
We would like Mommy to come home
これは
now,
辛いな。この子たちにも、本当の話をしてやろう。親切ってもんだ。あ、間違えた。取るつもりはなかったんだが。
Some bums think filling out a missing persons report actually rules them out as a suspect.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
Can you run an address for a Bobby Ross? Then send some uniforms over.
Would you like him picked up?
No. Suspect says he was with Ross last night.
ダンスがどうのこうのって言ってたしね。関係者は徹底的に調べよう。酔った勢いでトラブル、殺してしまったとか、十二分にあり得るしね。船の模型と、写真だ。
If you'd excuse me, ladies.
うわ、洗い物くらいしろよ。だらしねえ。ハンドバッグだ。誰のかな。
So she went out without her handbag?
被害者のか。奪われたんじゃなくて、忘れていったのかな。でも、ありえるかねそんなこと。まだ調べられそう。だいぶ使っているね。免許証、これはさすがに忘れていかないだろ。なんでここにある？奪われたんじゃなくて、初めから持って行ってないのか、もしくは、夫が、って可能性もあるか。まだわからんね。 この泥まみれの靴、普通部屋に置いとくか。せめて、洗ってからだろ。こっちも変だな。雨の中外に出たのは間違いないだろう。夫を疑う必要がありそうだ。まあ、単に庭に出ただけと言われたら、言い返せないけど、現場の足跡の大きさが気になるな。一致すればかなり怪しい。あとは凶器だな。こんにちは。いきなりだけど、ストレートに言うよ。君たちのママは殺されてしまったよ。あと、もしかしたら、お父さんもいなくなっちゃうかもだけど、まだわからないから安心して。マッチだ。すべての事件に出てきてないかこれ。ここにも行く必要が出てきそうだね。こっちはまだ行ってないな。寝室かな。またマッチか。今はマッチって、全然見ないよね。ライターも安く買えちゃうし、需要ないのは確かだけど。誰かさんって誰だろう。夫か妻か、どちらだ。こっちはなんだ。写真か、裏側になっていたのが気になるね。てか、奥さん美人だな。大体集めた気がするんだけど、まだあるみたい。手がかり探しでぐだりたくない。頼む見つかってくれ。ここは、子供部屋か、見た目だけじゃなくて、仲も良い家だ。何これ。なんかキラキラしたものが。あの子たちのものかな。簡易おしゃれ道具。それにしても見つからないな。まだ聞き込むのは早いな。残りの手がかりが、重要なものの可能性があるし。場合によったら、今後の捜査に影響出てくるし。実は、見つけてない手がかりを表示する方法があるんだけど、もう少し粘らして、もう少しだけ。ダメそうだったら、能力発動しちゃおう。外も見てみるか。さっきは出ただけだったし。洗濯物のしまってない、ママがいないと何もできないのか。あの男は、いわゆる、ダメを。お、船だ。これ3つよりロープかな。途中で不自然に切れてるし、ありえるかも。そしてなんとか集め終わった。よかったよかった。なんだ、消防車の音かな。まあいいや、夫の取り調べと行こうか。ちょうど今から、夫に話を聞くところです。いろいろと怪しい部分あるからね。怪しいどころか、凶器さえ見つかれば逮捕できるレベル。さてこれは、嘘かまことか。ああ出たこの動き、ガン見してたのに、いきなり動くやつ、わかりにくいんだよな。疑ってるから、余計に惑わされる。一度悩むと、ドツボです。証拠になりそうなのはたくさんあるんだよね。濡れた服とか、汚れたブーツとか。ただ、それらはこのタイミングじゃないし、意味がない。1問目からこの悩みよう。先が思いやられる。 釜かけてみるか。
I think you were mad at your wife for embarrassing you in front of your friends. I think you came back here and strangled her and then dumped her body on the hill.
You think I strangled my wife? How do you expect to prove that?
証拠はあるのかって聞くと、どうも本当でも嘘に聞こえてしまう。ってなわけで、これ。
Your wife was strangled with triple braid rope. The bow line from your boat is a perfect match.
Look, I know this looks bad. I'm gonna have to come to terms with the fact that I let her go.
悩んだ末の結果が、正解だと嬉しいね。
That's right, Bobby had a bunch of people over. We were having a good time. She said she was bored and decided to leave.
お前は、出て行った妻を撃ったのか、追わなかったのかまで話してくれよ。まあ明らかに疑える表情だな。
Look, I was angry. I was having a good time. She has to go and ruin it. We always have to do what she wants to do. Last night she wanted to go dancing.
Any idea where?
Where she always goes. A bar down on North Beaudry Avenue. Baron's bar.
マッチに書いてあった店か。妻の方が常連だったんだね。話聞く限りだと、良いように使われてた感じだね。
Was Teresa happy at home?
Yeah, I think she was.
おやおや、今の喋り方、完全に動揺してるね。
Spill it, Terrellson. We like the look of you for this, so you better give us something.
We're at the party. She has a few and says she wants to go out dancing. We only have the sitter until 9. I get mad. I tell her to go ahead, but I'm staying. She storms out. Look, I'm doing well at cards. I hardly ever do well. I married her because she was so much fun, but now she drives me fucking crazy.
おいおい、ムカつくのはわかるが、今そのムカつく妻はいないんだぞ。余計疑わしく思われるだけだ。
When was the last time you saw your wife?
Around 8:30. The card game at Bobby's was wrapping up. I played out my hand and drove home here. Paid the sitter and went to bed.
濡れた服の件もあるし、素直に信用はできないな。
You didn't come straight home, did you?
And how do you figure that?
待て、靴とジャケット、どっちを出せばいいんだ。こっちでよいか。
You got soap, Lars. We found your wet weather gear.
Okay, I stayed a little later than I said. This cute little brunette was hitting on me. Teresa noticed. I was half cut. I walked her home from Bobby's, but nothing happened. I walked back and got the car this morning.
Thanks for answering our questions, Mr. Terrellson. You'll need to go downtown to identify your wife's body.
I should have taken her dancing.
In my experience, Mac, if you give in to broads, you'll be giving in to them your entire life. Sounds like the Terrellson broad had her
なん
last
だ
drink
か
at Baron's、
被害者も被害者で面倒な女だったみたい。夫がかわいそうに思えてきたよ。ストレスすごかっただろうな。
You know the way. You can drive.
まあ、バーに行こうか。
And where exactly are we
こ
going?
こで、いくらか情報が手に入るかもしれない。
York and Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is American.
バーって感じのバーだね。紫のネオンが、そう感じさせてくれる。
Phelps and Galloway, LAPD.
I'm Benny Clough. It's about
おや
Teresa
おや、
Terrellson?
話が早い
I
な。
heard about it on the radio. They're saying it was that Black Dahlia freak again?
今回は、ダリアじゃなさそうなんだよな。断定できないけ
The
ど。
babysitter said he was out.
If you don't mind, we have a few questions.
パッと見良い人そう。話も
What
早
time
い
did
し。
Teresa leave?
Around 10:30, I think.
この時間の質問も、なかなかわかりにくいよね。さっきは夫が、妻を最後に見たのは8時半頃って言ってたっけ。この店出たのは、10時半らしいから。少なからず10時半までは生きてたことになる。そうなると、最後に8時半に見たって言ってる夫は、疑う必要なくなるね。まあ信じるならの話だけど。さて、 信じてみます。
On foot, in a car, by bus? How was it?
She called for a cab.
Did you get the number?
Sure I did. I like Teresa.
マジか。まさか、ストーカーじゃなかろうな。何にしても、準備が良いな。いつだかも、ナンバー控えてた人がいたっけな。その時は、おかげで解決につながったね。
Put out an APB on the cab.
これは貴重な情報だ。ありがたやー。
Who was she with? We've had reports about a tall, gaunt-looking hobo. He wasn't here last night?
I get plenty of bums in here, but nothing to fit that description.
知らないか。まあ、いちいちホームレスまで覚えてる方が変だけど。でも、この顔嘘だな。疑う
The likelihood
ぜ。
is that whoever she left here with killed her. Give it up, Benny.
All right, 2 creeps were all over her, promising to take her dancing.
You get a good look at these guys?
Sure. I got a good look. One of them was a sailor, in uniform. His cap said, USS Indiana.
インディアナ、戦艦か。
The other guy is Richard Bates. He's sitting in the back right now.
ほうそこにいるのか。これ終わったら話を聞こう。
Any idea where she was headed?
Nope. I didn't get that.
聞かなかったのか、言わなかったのか。信用するか。
The husband said she wanted to go dancing.
And she always wants to dance when she's been drinking. She was trying
ク
to
ソ
talk
女
some
じゃね
guys
え
into
か。
taking her to one of the
夫が
dance
解放
halls.
されて、よかったんじゃないかと思うレベル。
We'll take it from here.
情報ありがとう。助かった。さてさて次は。
That's him.
LAPD, don't make me chase you, shitbird.
逃げたぞ。待てと言ったら逃げる。お決まりだな。もうあんなところに。欲しい。聞かれれば追いかけなくて済んだのに。よっしゃ。これいただくぜ。借りるんじゃない。いただくぜ。
Who knows what this guy will pull when he's cornered? We
ま
could
た
have a
相手
killer
は
on
商
him.
用車か。あれ、意外と早いんだよな。フルーツマーケットの時は、びっくりするくらい早かった。奥さん落ちるなよ。ああ、やっぱり早い。なんでだ。うおー、追いつかねえ。
I don't think the killer would be kicking back in the bar where he meant to stay.
Listen, a creature of habit is your killer. For some reason, they're sticklers
チャン
for
スだったん
routine.
だけどな。もったいない。
Hit it! Clean this asshole off the
でき
road.
ればやってますがな。減速してる。このタイプの車って、後半になると遅くなるのか。ナイスおっさ
Let's end this fun.
ん。よし仕留めた。生きてるかな。
All right, you got me.
生きて
I
た。
had enough.
Put your hands where I can see them. Okay, Bates. You're gonna answer some questions.
I have a choice in this.
断ってもいいが、その代わり
Last
に射
night,
殺す
you
る
went
から
drinking
な
with a。lady in the bar. Now she's dead. And your face is all messed up.
I'm in the clear on that. She preferred a sailor. You could lay it off on him. Are we finished?
その水平も疑うが、お前も同じだ。ゴリラみたいな顔しやがって。疑うぜ。
Do you want my partner to sap you? Tell us what we want to know.
She was okay. Drunk. Pissed off at her old man, wanting to go dancing.
妻は、夫が愚痴言うと切れるパターンの女だな。自分は酔って人はダメ。今までの話からするに、そう
So
思
what
う。
happened when you left the bar?
Sailor boy laid one on me. A cheap shot. After that, I don't know.
結婚してる人を、殴るまで発展させて奪おうとするなよ。どっちもどっちだ。
You've done time, haven't you, Richard? Is that why you ran?
I'm on parole.
On what offense?
Sexual assault.
うわ、クソったれだ
I
な。
was lying there on the sidewalk. He flags a cab and jumps in with the broad.
We're taking you in, Bates.
How come?
Just for a chat.
なんでだって、このありさま見てみろよ。車2台がお釈迦だぜ。
Take him to Central. He's a material witness in a murder case. Find him a cozy cell.
Richard here knows the drill.
まさかカーチェイスになるとは。次は、水兵を探す必要があるかな。あっちも怪しいし。
Phelps, 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an APB out on a yellow cab, number 3591. Ask dispatch to relay all sightings to car 11K.
No problem. I'll get on the radio.
Were there any incident reports filed in the vicinity of Barron's Bar on North Beaudry Avenue? We're tracking a sailor who was involved in a fight outside the bar.
I can check the reports, Detective. I have a message for you from Captain Donnelly. Message reads, James Jessup, U.S. Navy able seaman, has information relevant to your case. Jessup is currently being detained at Central Station.
Could be our man. Thank you.
出頭してきたのか。探す手間が省けたな。警察署に向かおうか。どちらにしようかな。こっち、当選おめでとう。車がなくなるよ。代わりに、捜査に協力した名誉がもらえる。よかったね。よし、降りてくれ。仕方ないことだ。めっちゃ怒ってるな。なんでだろう。名誉もらえるのに。さてさて、水兵を問いただすとするか。出頭してくるくらいだし、簡単だろう。
Sailor on furlough who looks like he's in trouble and knows it.
自分がやったこと？まさか殺人か？どうかな？こっちじゃなかった。ここでもない。どうなっている？ああ、ここか。